National Chocolate Pudding Day.
Really?
Always room for Jell-O.
Today's National Barcode Day, National Coconut Day.
I don't like coconuts. I like the song Coconuts by Widespread Panic, but I'm not a big coconut fan.
National Beautician's Day. Tomorrow's National Sunglasses, Onions, Ice Cream Cake, Handshake Day.
I wish ABC gave the per market ratings the way NBC does. I can't find local, ratings rankings for the Stanley Cup final. I don't know if you've seen anything, but I've not.
No, I can go looking.
That's always been an NBC thing that does it by market. I don't know of any other source that does that. Had food yesterday. It was awesome.
Oh, yeah, good.
Is it really a beautiful morning in Detroit, or is it just a beautiful morning from Detroit? Paula, what part of Detroit are you in? Probably very beneficial to you. Downsized and didn't go north. All right.
Morning, Ambient.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Final Wednesday of June. We get over the hump together. An awful lot going on for this time of year. But first, the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He's been under the weather for a couple of days. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling on top of the weather. I've taken it back. I'm better. It was a short bug. A lot of things came out. Not a lot came in a couple of days, and now I'm feeling much better. Eating again.
So the weight loss period of your life is over?
It's over.
Okay.
It's over.
Well, we got almost 48 hours out of it, right? I mean, that's pretty good for us.
That's fantastic. But yesterday, I had a doctor's appointment a little after lunch, and man, oh man, it took a while, and I still hadn't anything to eat. And about midway through that appointment, when you were sitting in the waiting room going, I could eat that guy's shoe next to me.
That's when you want to go up to the front desk and go, listen, be honest with me. How much longer is it going to be? Because there's a place to eat about 3 minutes from here, and I really need to hit it.
Well, it was worse than that. One of the receptionists came back with her lunch. I was there after lunch, and she walks in with her Chick-fil-A, and I nearly tackled her. It was close.
Fortunately, you do have a good relationship with the doctor. I think something might have been worked out, but I'm glad you didn't tackle her. Okay, it's good. People wouldn't have understood. I would have testified on your behalf. I would have. And we could have certainly, our listeners would back you up. They'd be like, well, come on, what'd you expect him to do? Then, she's flaunting in his face. So
something happened to me last night, though, David, that I need some counseling on.
Okay.
That I think could be a problem. I'm not sure what it is. But last night, as you know, I've got the 2 TVs in the living room. Right. And the wife was desperately trying to find any sort of Olympic trials.
And there's nothing, is there?
Nothing. There's more starting on Thursday. I think the gymnastics starts Thursday.
Oh, good.
But we were watching before that. I threw the Yankees and Mets on TV too. I let her have. She's like, "What are we watching tonight?" That's her question. She gets home from work. What do we have to watch tonight? Not what are we watching? What do we have to watch? I looked at her. I said, "We don't have to watch anything tonight." To be brutally honest, there's nothing that I have to watch. Last night, she's like, "Good. I want to watch Olympic trials." I go, "Well, I hate to break it to you. There's nothing on." So we had to go in search of. Then I was on demand watching swimming highlights from the last week. I'm all caught up. You want to know anything about the swimming trials? I'm ready to go.
Well, they built that indoor pool where the Colts play, and apparently it went swimmingly.
It was pretty, I must say it was pretty cool. The crowd there, I will say, watching the highlights, that was pretty cool. But after that was over, we watched all the highlights she wanted to see. I could have thrown Yankees Mets on TV1, but I didn't. I threw on Copa America.
What is wrong with you?
And I watched pregame before Argentina and Chile.
Well, I mean, Messi, at least Messi's playing. I mean, okay. So you turned Messi on. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but that wasn't really why I turned it on. I was more interested in Argentina, Chile than I was Mets, Yankees. And I'm not doing this for shtick on the show. I could have switched. Now, the Yankees-Mets game was 6-1 pretty early.
Mm-hmm.
3-0, then 6-1.
And then it's 9-1 going to the 7th. Right. So not a lot of drama. About 3 minutes of drama, really late. Judge hit a slam, made the final score respectable.
But I went soccer over baseball. And I don't know if that's a me problem or a baseball problem, but David, I was DJ LeMahieu came to the plate for the Yankees at one point in the game. He's hitting a $187. That's a starting third baseman.
Right. He's now, after last night, I think hitting a $174. By the way, Mark, do you know how many extra base hits DJ LeMahieu has on the season?
I don't.
The same number as you.
Okay, that's impressive. But when I'm watching a third baseman who can't hit 200,
right,
guys don't get on base.
No.
This is Seth's complaint, and Seth's on the show today. There is not a lot of action.
Although I have to admit, all right, I too was caught watching, all right, Euro 2024, and the 2 matches going on in the late afternoon, there was not a single goal scored in either match. Not
but you know
one.
what? The ball's always in play.
They're not
The
doing
ball's not in
anything with
play
it.
in baseball.
The England kicks it side to side. They don't seem very interested in trying to score. They just want to. How you have it? Nah, give it back to me. No, you take it. I mean, listen, when your own crowd's, whistling and booing. But you're right. You're right. It's a problem for baseball either way. It's a problem for baseball either way. Yankees involved in a game head to head with Messi on a lazy Tuesday night in late June, and you essentially went for Messi in Argentina. In a group stage game also. I mean, now they advanced with the win, but if they had lost, they still could have advanced. I mean, there was not a ton at stake for Argentina in the match.
David, I was so into it that at one point during the first half, I went to StubHub to see what ticket prices were for the finals of Copa America.
Apparently, they had major problems with the playing surface. They put the grass over the artificial turf at MetLife Stadium, which is where the Giants and Jets play. I guess it wasn't good. There's people falling all over the place, and they are going to have the World Cup final there. Apparently, they're actually going to tear the turf out completely. That's a requisite of FIFA. Same thing with, I believe, Cowboys. They're tearing the turf up there and putting grass in. And they're hosting like a semi, I believe, in Dallas in 2026. They're also having to tear out Jerry's luxury suites down on the field because they need more room. So for like the 2026 season, Jerry's not going to have those suites to sell. Yeah. I know. There's a few bucks involved in that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Rent for this World Cup must be pretty good.
I was going to say, think of the revenue generated if Jerry's going, yeah, tear up the surface. Yeah, the boxing you want yeah, tear out the suites. Have you ever seen one of those suites?
I've never been.
I've been in those suites. You know what? Kind of nice.
I would hope so.
I mean, no view, mind you, a bunch of people's tukuses, standing in front of you on the sidelines or walking back and forth. Now, I mean, granted, some tukuses are better than others. Okay, but that's all you're seeing. I mean, that's it. You're not seeing any football. Okay, because if you got a suite near the end zone, if it comes near the end zone, then that's when all the tukuses show up and they get in your way.
It's a terrible tukus problem.
It really is. It's an expensive one too. But no, that's a baseball problem. That's not good. Because there's a few people we're seeing, I mean, Judge, Soto, some people even think Pete Alonso's worth the time of day for 3-4 times a day. Okay. There were 6 home runs in the game last night. Mets and Yankees.
There were.
Ball was flying out of the park. So, and you watched Argentina and Chile.
0-0 at halftime.
Mm-hmm.
A 1-0 final with a goal in, I think, the 88th or 89th minute.
Yep. Substitute came in, scored for Argentina. Messi played through injury. Made it the whole distance, though. Doesn't know. Wouldn't shock me if he sits out the next match because it's meaningless for Argentina. Wouldn't shock me at all.
But that's where the volume was last night, and I don't know if I think it's a baseball problem, David. I don't think it's a me problem.
So, had some repair work done inside the condo.
You've had a lot of work done already on that place.
Well, Mark, we bought a condo that was during the Brady Bunch. I mean, the place needed to be redone. That's why we got it at the price that we got it at. But yeah, there are a couple of holes in the lanai screen, and we're 3 stories up. So now wasps are getting in. That's a problem, Mark. You don't want wasps. So anyway, guy comes over to do some screen work. And as he's walking through the living room to get to the lanai, the soccer's on, the football's on, and he stops in his tracks. And I don't say a word. I'm laughing inside. I'm like, oh, I can relate to this guy. Okay. I mean, he saw the sports on the TV and that's it. He's done. Okay. He hasn't even gotten to the screen yet. All right. He hasn't even gotten to the problem yet. And I'm not saying a word. And I eventually, Mark, sit down because he's frozen in time for so long that I just sit down on the couch. I even start to recline. Okay. I'm like, well, he's going to stop and watch a little football. I might as well also. And finally, after like a couple of minutes, he turns around and he goes, oh, I'm sorry. I go, no, that's okay. Do you want to watch the other match, that was on? I said, Austria, Netherlands is 3-2. I go, if you want me to flip that one on. He's like, oh, I'm sorry. I got caught up in it. I go, no, that's fine. And so he gave me a discount because I let him watch some soccer in the middle of his day. He said, man, I've had a long, tough day. He goes, those few minutes were great.
That's outstanding. Should have had him sit down. I'm surprised. Did you get his number? You guys going to go out and have a drink? You need friends, David.
I do need friends. I offered him a snack. I said, can I get you anything? Anything to drink? I go, we don't have any hard stuff. I go, but, I got plenty of other stuff. I did. I said, you want me to flip over to the other match? I said, take your time. He's like, don't you have to talk? I go, no, wife's working. I go, hang out as long as you want. So this football thing, Mark, it's taken over. Taken over in the States. You spent your Tuesday night watching that instead of the Yankees. All right. I'm getting deals on repair work just by having, what did I have on? I had France and Poland. I got the France-Poland discount yesterday.
Who knew? Finally, the
knew?
French do something for you.
That late penalty, kicked by the Poles. That saved me a lot of money. Miller and Moulton. You know what? There were a few things that happened last night you may not be aware of, and that's what we're here for. We're going to tell you about them.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Ambient, what is the storyline for the NBA draft that you'd like us to talk about? This is the worst draft in the last 20 years. There's not a star player. We want to talk about Bronny James and who's going to draft him. I mean, seriously. We weren't breaking down Copa America. We opened the show with what we watch. This show's a lot about our personal lives. You've been listening for quite a while. That hasn't changed. But I want to know what the storyline with the NBA draft is that you'd like us to talk about. And we're in markets that doesn't give a rat's behind about the NBA. Because the people who do this for a living, Ambient, people who do the NBA draft, this is what their life is, are calling it the worst draft class in 20 years. That's why. I'm not an NBA draft expert. I don't try to be. Again, what's the storyline you want us to talk about? You just came back with another question, essentially.
Also remember, Ambient, it has to be, in theory, a topic that will interest
people,
the majority of people we're talking to. Ah, yes, Johnny Mack, in a couple of weeks, we'll talk the Open Championship. And Johnny Finger Lakes, we are getting to football.
And that is the only storyline in Ambient. In our markets that we're in, more people hate LeBron James than like him. And I mean hate. It's a toxic subject.
Ambient, if I had to answer, I'd say Lakers, yes, no.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. We got Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan on the show. We'll also talk a little college baseball in 3 hours. We'll get to the reason why in a bit. We had a few things go on last night, Mark. I don't know how much of it interests the masses, but we did have a few things go on last night. I mean, the NBA draft is tonight, first round anyway. They're splitting the NBA draft up into 2 days. First round tonight, second round tomorrow.
Thank goodness for that, because one night was not enough for the NBA draft. I mean, to not be able to break down the second rounders with the amount of time needed for second round NBA picks is something that I think the NBA was and their fans were missing out on.
All right, let's cut to the crux of the matter. All right, the draft was going over, and sitting around waiting to find out picks 50 through 60 was not worth the late local news becoming the really late local news. Okay. I mean, that's the crux of the matter. Because Mark, once again, what is most everything that we're talking about?
A television show.
Thank you. Okay. So this way you get one thing, prime time, you take your time, we're spending billions on this product. We want to promote it. And then for you diehards, we'll put it on one of the 4-letter networks the next day. So there was a significant trade in the
Yes, there
NBA last
was.
night.
And helped your team out significantly.
They overpaid, though, but they had to. Because these two teams had not made a trade, Mark, in 41 years. The Yankees and Red Sox have made many more trades over the last 40 years than the Knicks and the Nets. Len Elmore was traded from the Nets to the Knicks in 1983. That's the last time they had picked up the phone and done business with the other.
Were they married at one point and we didn't know about it? Holy cow, there's some bad blood there.
I know. I mean, talk about getting the two sides to come to a family reunion, the same family reunion, right? 41 years. I mean, I got to admit, never really hated the Nets. I just,
My dad and my Aunt Kathy, for crying out loud.
Just 41 years. And so when the Knicks called the Nets and said, listen, we're really interested in your best player, the Nets said, oh, I know. We know, but come on. I mean, you're who you are and we're who we are. And the Knicks are like, well, what's it going to take? And the Nets are like, well, it's going to take more than what Utah and Houston are offering. And Knicks are like, okay, so tell us what is it going to take? Well, how about 4 first-rounders unprotected? We'll do a first-round pick swap. We'll do a second-round pick swap. And Nick said, well, you got to take this Bogdanovich off our hands for salary cap purposes. And that's right. Yeah, okay, whatever. So there you go. 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. You know why, Mark? They're putting the band back together again at Madison Square Garden. They're not the New York Knicks.
No,
they're the Nova Knicks.
You're right.
4 guys who played on the national championship teams at Nova together are now all playing for the same NBA team. Free agency starts Monday. Who knows? Everybody's opting out because they're going to get more money on the open market.
Knicks see what LeBron's supposedly going to get.
Well, first off, what he's turning down, if he had opted in to what's on the table with the Lakers, it's like 50.
Yeah, but he's going to get that anyhow. He's going to get 3 years of it.
Well, right. It's called hand. See, none of us ever have it, Mark. Mark, if we ever had hand, how hard would we use it?
Oh, David, we'd be the worst. I get it.
I mean, I'd slap my employer. I'd use so much hand. I mean, are you kidding? So it's just, hey, man, I don't know what to tell you. Is this a buyer's market or a seller's market? What is it? If you're the player, is it buyer? Player the buyer? The team the seller? Is that it? Anyway, whatever it is, you're the real estate guy. Whichever part of that analogy you figure it out to be, that's what it is.
It is a player's market, that is for sure.
Mark, Scotty Barnes is getting $54 million a year for 5 years. Honestly, if we lined Scotty Barnes up, okay, what percentage of our audience could identify Scotty Barnes? And
David, what percentage of our hosts could identify Scotty Barnes?
I'm willing to put him in his jersey.
Well, now you're making it a little easier on everybody.
No, I'm not. First off, I don't know if half our audience can identify the team jersey he's wearing. Okay, never mind who is wearing it. So, yeah, guys are getting paid. But anyway, that's 5 first-round picks. I don't know. That seems like a lot.
Not if you win a title.
Also in the NBA, it's interesting. Their rule is you can't give up picks in back-to-back years. So the Knicks' 5 first-round picks are in 25, 7, 29, 31. And then the pick swap, I think, is Milwaukee's pick next year.
That one's protected, though. The Milwaukee pick's protected, I believe. That's the only one that's protected.
But the likelihood of Milwaukee being in the lottery is bad, so the Nets are likely going to get and apparently next year's draft, for those that are moderately entertained by the NBA talk, this year's draft apparently not good. Bunch of role players. They don't know how many even, don't know if an all-star will come out of this draft. That's how weak this draft is considered. But I mean, people have been wrong before. I mean, all these Villanova guys, quite frankly, 6, 7, 8 years ago when they were leading Nova to championships, they were entering the draft, and a lot of people were saying there's not an all-star in the bunch. I mean, Jalen Brunson went in the second round. So it's not like DiVincenzo went, in the 20s. I mean, it's not like these guys were highly thought of. They're wrong. They're wrong on NBA players just like NFL guys are wrong on NFL talent. But apparently, Mark, next year's draft, really good. Really good. And the Nets will now have 4 first-round picks in next year's draft. It's pretty good.
It is.
So, and they're tanking, clearly. So they're going to be in the, running for
the lottery. They have decided that, Bridges was their best player. They couldn't get it done with him. We're going to get rid of him, and we're going to start all over. You have to applaud this move, David, from the Nets standpoint.
Yes.
I mean, this is your philosophy. If you're below average to average, and that's your pinnacle, then retool right now.
Yeah, what they apparently tried to do was they tried to get a big fish to pair with Bridges. Nobody is willing to come to Brooklyn at this point in time. So the Nets said, well, we can't go forward with Mikal Bridges as our best player. How good are we really going to be? So why don't we trade him and retool? And so they did. And so the Knicks are going all in with the Nova guys. And we'll see if they keep. They got 2 high-profile free agents, and Anunoby and Hartenstein. Will they keep Julius Randle or will they trade him? But apparently, Mark, the Knicks made this deal with the Celtics in mind. They want to re-sign Anunoby, and basically Anunoby and Bridges will be their guys to defend Tatum and Brown. Wings to defend wings in the positionless NBA. Knicks made this deal specifically to combat the Celtics. Figuring got to go through them. Might as well just match up with them. So, okay, we'll see if it works. They're all in. They hoarded those resources for almost 5 years. Now they've almost emptied their tank. Yeah. Okay.
I'm good with it. Are you as a Knicks fan?
Yeah. At some point, you got to go for it. This makes sense, especially if they can re-sign at least one of the guys that's their free agent. I mean, there's no reason the Knicks shouldn't go over the cap and pay it, for goodness sakes. That's absurd. The starting 5 is next. Lots going on in the sports world. We'll tell you about it next.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island and
I just got an alert. My iCloud storage is nearly up. Is this a scam?
Could be.
Yeah, EB Hill. It's like Ambient got that little NBA thing out of his system, and now he's like, "Okay, I'm back to the NFL." You know, everybody's like, "Oh, okay, now I'm listening."
I saw a video on X, just a baseball video. I'd never seen it before. Frank Robinson, and home plate umpire. Apparently, Frank did not like the last call, and the umpire's staring Frank down, and Frank.
Oh yeah, Frank stares out and doesn't blink.
Doesn't blink, stares him down. The umpire wants to run him so badly.
Yep. And Frank doesn't move.
Doesn't move, doesn't say a word, doesn't do a thing, just locks him down for 30 seconds.
And the TV network did a great job going from one to the other, split screen. Yes, it was awesome.
I'd never seen that before. That was fantastic.
By the way, Frank Robinson is the Gary Player of baseball.
Yes.
When Frank Robinson retired, he was 4th on the home run list. And he was also the first black manager in Major League history. And MVP in both leagues. And I believe just shy of 3,000 hits, like 2,900 and change, I think. I mean, a great player. And historic figure in the game.
This is when I wish I was better with these computers, David. I need to learn how to get audio because I would love to play that audio from the coach. What a tool. That's a selfish question. I would, if I'm that reporter, David, I'm doing everything to get it as opening presser.
Totally. I am so front row.
I'm begging.
Today at 11 o'clock. Today, front row.
Begging.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. In 23 minutes, we will tell you who will win college football's national championship. 23 minutes from now, we'll tell you who's going to win it. Coming up here on Miller and Moulton. We got a system. Now, we're stealing this system, but we got a system. Okay? And you know, our systems are good. Our regular picks, not so much. Our system picks, good. Good. We just have to figure out the system. It's kind of how life works, doesn't it?
It really is, David. You're on to something there. You got to get a system, whatever it is.
Wow. Miller and Moulton still working on theirs. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
She sounds like she has the hiccups, doesn't she?
And trust me, after having them for the better part of 2 days, I feel for her. I don't know why she has the hiccups.
I don't either.
I've tried to scare her, and I do that usually by walking in the morning, but that doesn't work.
And I mean, you hit the 8-track machine hard on the side and everything, and it hasn't worked. As we mentioned earlier, you okay over there, sweetie? Hiccups? You need some water, honey? As we mentioned earlier, NBA draft tonight, at least the first round. 2 Frenchmen expected to go 1 and 2. Some of the top college players: Reed Shepherd, shooter from Kentucky; Donovan Clingan, the big guy, UConn, expected to go early. Atlanta's got the top pick. Spurs at picks 4 and 8. Miami's picking 15th. Orlando 18th. Big trade last night. Knicks send 5 first-round picks, 4 of them unprotected, to the Brooklyn Nets for Mikal Bridges. The Knicks now have 4 Villanova players from the Jay Wright national title teams in 2016 and 2018 on their roster. 4 of them. Nets will have 4 first-round picks in next year's draft, which is expected to be loaded. First trade between the 2 franchises in 41 years. I'll jam in some hockey news here quickly, Mark. First off, Lightning head coach John Cooper named head coach of Team Canada for the 2026 Olympics.
Which could be spectacular, by the way.
Yes.
U.S. team's really good. It could very well be the favorites.
And also, you've got some of the old guard in which, will they put Stamkos, Crosby, Ovechkin, will some of these guys
Ovechkin even play? I mean, will they even have a team? Right. That's the bigger question.
That's true. Hockey Hall of Fame yesterday afternoon. 7 people were inducted. 3 former NHL players, Pavel Datsuk. Sorry, I don't know why I never pronounced his name while he was playing. All of a sudden, I tried to turn him into an old automobile. Okay, Pavel Datsuk of the Wings, Jeremy Roenick. Can you believe it took JR? He'd been on the ballot since 2012.
David, I didn't realize he wasn't a Hall of Famer. I had no
I
idea
know.
that Jeremy Roenick was not in the Hockey Hall of Fame.
He scored over 500 goals, right? He's 4th on the U.S. goal scoring list all time. And Shea Weber. You know who didn't get in? Alexander Mogilny. I don't know what they've got against Mogilny. First off, as a player, he was a Hall of Famer. Secondly, he was the first to defect from Russia. He's a very significant player in the history of the league.
I agree with you 100%. And if you ever want to look up the background of Mogilny coming to the States, it's an incredible story. Incredible story.
I have no idea why he's not in. And they keep
I'm surprised it's not a 30 for 30. The story
Right.
is so good of him coming to the country.
Totally agree. So the ratings came in for Game 7. All right. And Game 6 did 4.2 million. I was hoping for 10 million for Game 7. I know. That was a reach. Okay. What'd you say? Around 7?
When you said 10, I was with you. And then we started going through the numbers, and I thought 6.5 would have been really good.
All right. Well, it ended up higher than
it did.
7.7 million in the States, almost the exact same number in Canada, for what it's worth. It was the highest rated hockey game, NHL game anyway, in the history of Canada, which I find interesting. It was the 5th highest rated Game 7 in U.S. television history. It's the highest rated hockey game in America since Game 7 5 years ago between the Blues and the Bruins. So 7.7 million in the States watched Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Finals. Remember, more than double that watched Caitlin Clark take on South Carolina for the women's college basketball natty. Baseball. Rays are back to 500. They bombed Seattle 11-3. Marlins with 2 in the 7th beat the Royals 2-1. 6 homers between the Mets and Yankees. Mets hit 4 of them. They won 9-7. You know, the Guardians have won 7 in a row, and the Orioles have quietly lost 5 in a row. Cleveland, second straight win over Baltimore, 10-8 the final. Harper did homer for the Phillies, but Detroit beat them 4-1. Atlanta and St. Louis postponed due to rain. They're going to play a double dip today, Mark.
Oh, we haven't made a bet in a while, David. Let's go.
System play, Braves Cardinals. Whoever wins the first game, you bet to lose the second. 7-run third inning for Toronto to snap a 7-game skid as they beat Boston 9-4. Do you know the Astros have quietly won 6 in a row? I think they're just a game below the line where we get to talk about them. They're 4.5 back in the West, 3 in the loss column after beating Colorado 5-2. Texas lost to Milwaukee 3-1. Rangers still 6.5 back in the West. Milwaukee's lead in the Central is 5.5. Brian Reynolds homered to extend his hitting streak to 22 games. And earlier we were talking about, do you know what team Scotty Barnes plays for in the NBA? I'm going to throw this out there and let you all ponder it. Do you know which baseball team Brian Reynolds plays for? I'll get back to that. Dodgers beat the White Sox 4-3. Ohtani hit his 24th homer. He leads the National League. Judge homered last night, hit a slam for the Yankees. He leads the majors with 29. He's on pace for 58. Wow. Arizona, Ketel Marte, a homer, 3 RBIs. They beat the Twins 5-4. Padres 9-7 over the Nats. Profar with a grand slam. Padres, a season high, couple games over 500. All 6 playoff teams in the National League are over 500 right now. How about that? Giants held the Cubs to 4 hits, beat them 5-1. Angels got a Moniak grand slam. Mickey Moniak, that is, beat Oakland, 7-5. Back to Brian Reynolds. He homered to extend his hitting streak to 22 games. Do you know who he plays for? The Pittsburgh Pirates. They signed him to a long-term deal last year. Pittsburgh beat Cincinnati 9-5. NFL news, and Pat Kirwan will join us coming up in about an hour and a half. The Jacksonville City Council last night, Mark, a day after the Charlotte City Council voted 7-3 to basically make sure the Panthers stay in Charlotte, Jacksonville City Council voted 14-1 last night to approve the agreement between the city and the Jaguars. It's a $1.4 billion renovation plan of Everbank Stadium. Now, the NFL owners have to sign off on this in the fall. The expectation is that they will, although the city of Jacksonville did throw in a clause. And the Jaguars signed off on it, and I don't believe the Jaguars sign off on it if they think the owners would be upset by it. But it is interesting. There's not many times, Mark, that a city dictates to a team or to the NFL. The city of Jacksonville in the deal says you can only play 1 game a year in London.
Ooh.
One of your home games. And the only way you get to play 2 games a year outside of our stadium is if it's a year that the AFC has 9 home games.
Okay.
So basically what the city of Jacksonville has said is we're getting 7
We're getting 7 a year.
Okay.
All right.
So that's, and I have to admit, Mark, by the way, the 1.4 billion, 775 city, 625 team. So it's about 56-44 in terms of the financing agreement. Here's how it goes, though. This is important. You Gator dog fans. So nothing's going to happen in the stadium for this season and all of next year. After the 2025 season, that's when they're going to break ground. In 2026, there's going to be limited attendance for Jaguars games, but they're going to stay in Jacksonville. In 2027, the Jags are going to play somewhere else. Most people expect that to be Orlando. There is a chance, however, it is Gainesville. Speaking of Gainesville, based on that, in 2026 and 2027, the cocktail party's got to go somewhere. It just does. Because, I mean, do you expect, Mark, them to play the Florida-Georgia game with limited attendance?
No.
So in 26, when the Jags are playing in a limited house, Florida-Georgia will have to play somewhere. And then in 27, there'll be no games played there. Nothing there. So Florida-Georgia's going to go somewhere in 26 and 27 based on the deal last night. By the way, 30-year deal. Jags can't move. They're locked into the city of Jacksonville through 2057. It doesn't kick in till the stadium construction is done. All right, college baseball. Mark referenced this a little earlier. Less than 24 hours after leading Texas A&M to the national title game and chastising those in the media who questioned after the game if he was leaving A&M for Texas.
Because the rumors were out. The word was out that it may happen.
It's because the guy who's the AD at Texas was at TCU, and Jim Schlossengale had been the head baseball coach under this AD for 18 years. And he chastised those that were questioning him, said that they were selfish, okay, and they got a little self-righteous. I left my family for the last 3 years for this job. This is the last job I intend on ever having. Bada bing, bada boom. Yeah, as soon as the plane landed from Omaha, he notified A&M he was leaving to go to Texas.
David, I'm telling you, if I'm that, and it was one reporter in particular that he really went after who asked the question, and he just verbally berated him in the answer. I would do anything if I was that guy to be at his presser today. And I would just simply play back his answer to him. Your response, sir.
We're going to talk.
That's it. I want to play you your words, and then I want you to answer me, you pompous ass. I don't care that they take the job, David. I don't. Go get the money. Go work with your buddies. We would all love the opportunity to make as much money as we can working for the people that we like. I get it. But why do you have to chastise the media and lie?
And by the way, he's taking his recruiting coordinator to Texas with him.
Of course he is.
Soccer, Euro 2024. Austria beat the Netherlands 3-2. France and Poland tied. That means Austria won the group of death. Every soccer tournament has to have a group of death. Austria won the group of death. So there. By the way, England, Slovenia, Denmark, Serbia. Yeah, they all played each other. None of them scored a goal yesterday. So England won the group, not the group of death. Copa America, Canada 1-0 over Peru. Argentina 1-0 over Chile. Argentina wins the group. They still have one more game left in the group. You know, the WNBA copied after the NBA, Mark. Remember that in-season tournament the NBA had? Right. The Lakers won it. They hoisted a banner. Well, the Minnesota Lynx won the Commissioner's Cup. They beat the New York Liberty. I will say Minnesota's the best team in their conference. New York's the best team in their conference. Hell of a game, 94-89. I don't know how many people are sampling the WNBA, but the one thing I will say, Mark, is they are playing. They really are. They're playing. They know they got more people watching them than ever before. They're playing before bigger crowds than ever before. And let me tell you, they are playing good, close, tough, hard games just about every time out.
What I've watched, I don't know if it's always good, and I'm not, because basketball, right, but hard, David. I mean,
they're playing.
They're playing hard, and that
they are.
When you watch it and bodies are flying around and you see them sacrificing themselves for loose balls, that's what you're asking. They're playing hard.
And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the starting five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
8 minutes from now, we will tell you who is going to win college football's national championship this year. We'll try to get as specific as we can. But we're going to tell you who's going to win. Huh? And then take it to the house, baby. Bet it. Because Miller and Moulton said so.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury.
EB Hill, the one thing I will say, and this is, taken, don't care what party she's from or what have you, but, she's a first-year mayor of Jacksonville. And, I mean, the Jaguars had been trying for almost a decade to get a stadium deal. And she sat down with them, and she had no political experience. She's a former television news anchor. And she sat down with the Jags and just pounded it out. Okay. And the politicians, and believe me, I don't think she's got the majority. I don't think city council's the majority on her side. And 14-1. Oh. Yeah, I don't pay much attention to what's going on, but Well, I'm not going anywhere. My wife's having major surgery, so that's why I'm taking the time off.
And I'm going to Marathon.
And I'm going to ask Mark to send me a picture every day so I can close my eyes and think about.
Might even send you a fish, David.
Oh, that'd be great. Jake showing up or?
Oh, yeah.
you?
He flies in Friday night late.
Awesome. That's awesome. How you guys getting there?
Driving.
Okay. How long?
5. Leisurely.
There you go. How you talking?
Gonna stop at Robbie's, let my daughter feed the tarpon.
Cool.
There's a little spot. We're taking the back way down the alley. Or down the
Is that 27?
No, 41.
Oh, 41. Sorry.
All right, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
By the way, we neglected you in our first hour, and we apologize. It's more on me than Mark, but we apologize. Our magic numbers for football, ladies and gentlemen, are 59, 66, and 71. 59 days away to a Florida State Georgia Tech in week 0 in Dublin. 66 days away, basically 9.5 weeks until week 1 of the college football season. Oh, we're getting it on beginning August 31st, baby. And then it's 10 weeks tomorrow, man. 71 days. Ravens and Chiefs. Let's go. Let's go for the three-peat there, Pat. Hey, Lamar. Come on. Time to get it done there, big fella. So 59, 66, 71, Mark, are football numbers. Seth Everett, an hour from now. Pat Kirwan in 90 minutes. And then we'll talk about the whole Texas A&M baseball. Man. Can't wait till Texas joins the SEC in a week.
Boy, they're coming in with a bang, David.
Sure are. And
best quarterbacks in the country. Good football team led by a great quarterback. Just stole the baseball coach from their rival. I mean, they are coming in hot.
Yep. Made sure to make all their announcements while Texas A&M is trying to play for the national championship. They fired their coach in the middle of the best of 3 College World Series, trying to steal the headlines. Oh, yeah. Yep. That's a rivalry, baby. That's 365, 24/7. Like it.
But as teased, we are going to tell you who is going to win college football's national championship this year.
Let's do it.
And we may not have a team. We may have teams.
Okay.
Because Bud Elliott, friend of the show forever, has his blue chip ratio.
Yeah. Tried and true.
That you have to have over 50% of your roster being blue chip players, meaning 4 or 5-star recruits.
Right.
If you don't win the national championship. Last year, Michigan, 54% blue chips. The year before, Georgia had a 77% ratio. In 2021, they had an 80% ratio. Bama in 20, 83%. LSU won it with a 64%. All 4 college football playoff teams were blue chip ratio schools in 2019. Same thing in 2018. All 4 teams had that mark. Clemson with 68% wins the Natty. Bama in 2017 with an 80% mark. Clemson, 52% in 2016, 77% for Alabama in 2015. The Buckeyes, 68% in 2014, Florida State with 53% in 2013, Bama 71% in 2012, and Bama in 2011 with 71% as well. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to make the playoff if you have this ratio, but it does mean that you're going to win the title. Teams will sneak in. Cincinnati has snuck in. Others, TCU, others have snuck in without being part of the blue chip ratio. But winning the title now, that ratio is important. And one of the things that Buds points out, and David, you've talked about this a lot on our show, is that while the portal's huge for many teams, it's not for the top teams. They win by recruiting.
Right. They're usually selective when they go to the portal. Like one of the last time Nick went to the portal, Nick went and got Jahmyr Gibbs. He needed a running back. He went and got a corner, kid who just got drafted in the first round. Okay. He was very selective. I need these three positions. He went out and got boom, boom, boom. Thank you very much. Kirby's doing that at Georgia, by the way. He's being very selective. Okay. But hey, I need a guy. Boom. They go get him.
With that ratio, there are 16 teams, according to Bud, that can win the national title this year.
Now, blue chip ratio is, once again, 4 or 5-star recruits on the roster. So we're going back about a 4-year window here.
Correct.
You know what I mean? Okay. So lay it on me.
Ohio State's number one. 90% of their roster are blue chip players.
Damn.
That's the best roster in the country. Alabama is next at 88%. How long before that drops off significantly?
Well, I don't ever think they'll drop out of the blue chip ratio.
I don't either, but they're at 88%.
Well, that's all Nick. Right. So you're asking, at what point? I think you'll see it as soon as next year, to be honest with you. It'll go down.
Georgia is third at 80%. A&M is fourth, 79%.
By the way, can we stop? Jimbo, what the heck? Seriously, you're on this list the last handful of years. 435 guys is a blue chipper. Never mind all the guys they lost in the portal who transferred because the program's been a mess the last 2-3 years. I mean, that's a remarkable figure for a team that's basically somewhere between 5-7 and 8-4 the last 3 years.
Right. That roster screams 10-2 every year.
Oh my goodness, does it ever?
Oregon, 76%.
Remember, Oregon hosts Ohio State this year, mid-October.
Oklahoma and Texas are the next two at 73 and 72% respectively.
Did you see the 6-year deal they gave Venables? They tore up his original contract. He's got a new 6-year contract at Oklahoma. So it's interesting because, it's gotten off to a mixed bag. It's fair to say Venables' first couple of years at Oklahoma is a mixed bag.
Big expectations heading into the SEC this year. LSU is next at 70%. Notre Dame, 67%.
Well, if they got a quarterback, if that I will say this is bad. This is a setup year for Marcus Freeman. If he can't get it done, everybody around the sport and everybody around Notre Dame knows we should make the playoff. We should win at least one playoff game. We are a legitimate national championship contender if the quarterback that we picked is worth a damn. What was Notre Dame again?
Notre Dame, 67%.
All right.
Clemson's at 64%. Now, these next two are either going to shock a few people or make them feel pretty good about their teams. Florida is next. 63% of the roster blue chips.
Still have the toughest schedule in the country.
Yes, but they're putting themselves in a class of teams that can win a national championship. Miami is next at 61%. Going through Phil Steele's book, David, there aren't too many position groups that Phil Steele doesn't have Miami ranked in the top 10. He has high expectations for the Canes this year. Met with a mutual friend of ours yesterday, doctor who's a Canes fan. I said, my book, the Bible that I trust for college football, is really high on your Canes. Man, did he get a big smile on his face. And he's I'm all in this year. Re-up the season tickets. I'm ready. I'm even going to Gainesville, he said.
Yeah, he's all in every year. Who's he kidding? He gets on private planes and flies to games and sits next to the university president. Who's he kidding? I'm all in this year.
Penn State is tied with Miami at 61%. USC is next at 59%. Michigan at 56%. Auburn at 53%. That's it. Those are the 16 teams that can win a natty. Florida State is 49%, for those of you wondering. Bud sees them joining the list next year, and he says no other team is even 2 foreseeable recruiting classes away from crashing the party. So this is your list with Florida State for the next 2 years.
So this is it, baby. So this is it. This year and next year, the national champion is coming from this list. Ohio State, Alabama, Georgia, A&M, Oregon, Oklahoma, Texas, LSU, Notre Dame, Clemson, Florida, Miami, Penn State, Michigan, USC, Auburn, and next year, throw Florida State onto the pile. Now, what to me is interesting about that, no Tennessee. Ole Miss, remember, has been living through the transfer portal. Lane's going year by year. Lane is leasing and not picking up options to buy with guys. But Ole Miss is loaded this year. Ole Miss is going to be a lot of preseason top 10s.
And pretty much every one of them, David. And Bud by no means is saying that they can't make the college football playoff. He's just saying they can't win it. At the end of the day, the cream rises to the top. And if you don't have the star players, that you can't win a natty. The other side of this, David, is that literally you have Miami, Clemson, and Notre Dame that aren't SEC or Big Ten schools.
Correct. Now, by my count, I've got 8 SEC, 5 Big Ten.
And 3 other.
And ACC 2, Independent 1, and then Florida State's looming, and we'll jump in. Well, of course, by next year, we don't know what conference Florida State will be in. Hello. Just having some fun with that while we can.
In Big Ten baseball this week, Florida State taking on USC. Check out the Big Ten Network.
I will say latest gossip is that Clemson's going with Florida State. I know. That's a bit surprising. That's the latest gossip, that they're joined at the hip. That Miami is not part of the equation. That's this month's rumors. Once again, I will say, every single month, the rumors have Florida State going to the Big Ten. Every other team has been part of the shell game. Florida State and the Big Ten have never been altered for months now. I am betting my savings account that happens.
Oh, man. That'll be something. We've said all along it makes more sense for Florida State to go to the Big Ten. There's more money.
And I think it makes even more sense for the Big Ten.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with
I'll tell you what, Feeney, if Florida gets to 8 wins, that would be impressive. It really would with that schedule.
He'll get a contract extension if he gets 8 wins.
No, DC, never, ever. Seriously, I know everybody wants Missouri to the Big Ten. What does Missouri add to anything? That just benefits the SEC. If you're the Big Ten, hey, we'll take your crap and give you Florida State. That sounds like a hell of a deal. Not in a million years. I want the state of Florida. Yeah, Vanderbilt's not going to do that either. Not unless they get kicked out one day.
And what I think is going to happen is within the conferences, the haves are going to say to the have-nots, you get to stay, but you're not getting a full equal share like you have been. Like I expect Ohio State, Michigan, and a few others to look at the Purdues and Indianas of the world and go, yeah, we're the ones on TV all the time generating all the revenue. So you're going to take 75% and like it. Thank you, Johnny Yo. My wife's having her knee replaced, by the way. Complete knee replacement. My wife's got a lot of physical ailments. She's had them since she was a young one. And said 3 hip replacements, major back surgery. And she's going to end up having the other one done probably within a couple of years. The one hip replacement's 20 years old. That's starting to act up. It's going to be a fun ride. It really is. Unfortunately, I have no health insurance. So, it's all affordable.
That's where I saw. There it is. Let's see if we can find it. There it is. All right. I was looking at something on The Athletic, which meant that I've always said, can I find it again?
I was going to say it to take up the whole commercial break. Trying to find it on The Athletic.
So EA Sports came up with their 25 toughest places to play. Like they ranked the stadiums.
Right. Now, Bud Elliott, by the way, released his 10 toughest places to play yesterday. And he did it based on his power system and point differential and all that. And he just said, because Wyoming and Utah are 2 of the 10 toughest places to play, according to Bud Elliott.
Utah's on the list of the EA, not top 10, but it's top 20. Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Seth Everett will join us at the top of the hour. Pat Kirwan in a little more than an hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our magic numbers are 59, 66, and 71. by the way. Yeah. We're less than 60 days away for a football game that counts in the standings. Florida State, Georgia Tech, Dublin, 59 days away. 66 days away, 9.5 weeks until first big, true college football weekend of the year. And 10 weeks tomorrow, little Ravens Chiefs action. We'll get you through. We'll help. We'll do our part. Throw in a
Hell, we
vacation.
just told you who's going to win the Natty.
Right. For the next 2-3 years. I mean, we've narrowed it down to 16, 17 teams, but we're telling you who's going to win the Natty. There was another list. Listen, this is the time of year you're going to get lists. I mean, you got all these .coms. They're trying to, get clicks. They're trying to, create content that they think you might be interested in. So you're going to get a lot of lists for the next 6 to 8 weeks about everything. Here's another one. EA Sports. Top 25 places to play in college football. Toughest 25 places to play. Toughest. Now, before you saw the list, Mark, if I had asked you, toughest place to play in college football, what would your answer have been?
LSU.
Now, would you qualify that?
At night.
There you go. So, okay. And I will say, and I've very fortunate the last 20 years, done a lot of traveling, almost all of it in the SEC, and been very fortunate. Some of the best venues in the country, wild atmospheres, historic games, the whole deal. And there is not hardly a bad place that I've been, but Saturday night in Death Valley's, that's as good as it gets.
But according to EA Sports, the new college football game that's coming out, in July, that has everybody all fired up.
Uh-huh.
And it has everybody all fired up. I mean, it has 40-year-olds fired up to buy the game as much as 25-year-olds. They have Kyle Field, A&M's home, as the toughest place to play in college football.
Now, I will say, a couple of years ago, at night, pretty mediocre A&M team, an undefeated Alabama came to town, and A&M played great, and that place was madness. Alabama had like 8 pre-snap penalties.
Alabama's listed as the second toughest place to play.
No way. That, to me, that's only if you factor in the quality of the team. I mean, don't get me wrong. Okay. It's, it can be intimidating, but it very rarely was Bryant-Denny Stadium like foaming at the mouth, if you know what I'm trying to say. I mean, Kyle Field that Saturday night was foaming at the mouth. The Swamp, Mark, can be foaming at the mouth. That can be a very intimidating place to be.
I've not been, obviously, to the stadiums you have. I think Athens is a tough place to play. I think, when I was there for that Notre Dame game, that joint was jumping. And I've been to Athens a lot for a lot of games. I think South Carolina is a tough place to play. They're no good.
Right.
But their fans are nuts.
They are. Unfortunately, the team's usually 7-5. But, yes.
But LSU's listed 3rd. Ohio State 4th. Georgia 5th. Rest of the top 10. Penn State. I think a lot of people think that would be ranked higher. Wisconsin 7. Oklahoma 8. Florida State 9. Florida 10. David, I've never been to Doak Campbell, but I've been to the Swamp. Which one's a tougher place to play?
Oh, it's the Swamp.
That's what
I mean, don't get me wrong. When Florida State's really good and they're doing the chant and the whole deal, Doak is awesome. All right. The Swamp, I've been on the field in which I really felt that the ground was moving underneath my feet.
Clemson at 12 seems a little low to me. South Carolina 15. Michigan 16.
I got to be honest with you. I don't know how Michigan's on the list. It's come on. You've been there. The sound doesn't stay. It can be the quietest 110,000.
It's better now than it used to be because they redid the suites and that it does make the sound. They do that Mr. Brightside thing, which is pretty cool.
It is. I was there last year. That the Mr. Brightside in the third quarter. Which, by the way, there are a lot of colleges that do Mr. Brightside at the end of the third quarter. I don't know when exactly that became a thing. Obviously, the Gators do the Tom Petty song, which came about naturally after he passed away, the Pride of Gainesville.
But a couple of laughers on here. Well, Notre Dame's 21, which I thought was surprising. But David, I don't put a lot of credence into this list. When I saw Spartan Stadium at 22, how the hell did that even make the top 25? I mean, I'm serious. I'm a proud Michigan State alum. It doesn't deserve to be on there.
Now, I have to admit, I've never been, so I have to rely on you for this one. But, I'm looking at Davis-Wade Stadium, which is where Mississippi State plays, 3 spots lower. And I'm like, let me tell you something. You deal with those cowbells for 4 hours and get back to
No. I'm with you.
Man, is that whew.
Texas is 19. Auburn's 14. Neyland Stadium's 13.
Yeah, Jordan Hare, they're really good there. That's, I mean,
Oregon's 11. A lot of people thought that was ranked too low. That
I'm
Oregon, for the number of people they put in there, it's loud. They get into it.
The one that surprised me is that they have Oklahoma at 8. I've never heard that Oklahoma was an intimidating place to play. Obviously, the teams are really good, but I've never heard that Gaylord family Oklahoma Memorial Stadium. When people talk about, you're going to, Oklahoma doesn't come up. So that one surprised me.
A lot of the snubs that people talk about, Oklahoma State was a snub to a lot of people that they should have made that list. Never been, can't say. NC State was on the list as a snub. I don't take anything in the ACC that seriously. But I thought, look at the game's coming out. They do a lot of research for this.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they have some near misses on their list, David, if you know what I mean.
If you're interested, last segment we referenced Bud Elliott and his blue chip ratio. Bud has a system, and he released yesterday, after EA Sports released their top 25, Bud released his 10 toughest places to play, and it's based on how teams actually perform at home versus how they perform on the road. And so he's got numbers behind it. And because of it, he's got a non-Power 5 or now Power 4 school in the top 10. He's also got a Big 12 school in the top 10. So if you're interested in this toughest college football stadiums to play in, check out Bud Elliott, CBS Sports, and,
and the 14 other W9s he gets a year.
Go to Bud Elliott 3 on X and it's posted and check it out because it's a little different than this list. Take it for what it's worth.
Miller and Moulton. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll talk some Texas baseball in the 9 o'clock hour right here on Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or
Of course, DC. It's info put in. I mean, at least in Bud Elliott's case, he did it based on numbers.
Do you realize EA Sports picked up Bud's blue chip ratio for their game?
Wow.
I don't know if he got anything for it.
We're so lucky he still does our show. I will say, we were on Bud Elliott literally before anyone else.
We were on Bud Elliott before anyone. We were on Clay Travis before anyone. We had Cowherd on just as he got his start.
Yep, we were top 4 in the country with Cowherd. First 4 places to reach out to him. See, we know talent in others.
It still hurts. It still hurts to laugh from puking so much the other day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's just funny. It just shows you how out of shape I am. That what I did to the stomach muscles by puking for a night. That I'm still sore 3 days later. We could probably get Bud when we come back from 4th. He'll be doing those. I forgot what he calls them. Summer camp or something like that, where he does all his pods on every team. They're really good.
DC, I used to love the fact that Jack Ramsey, Dr. Jack, would go on the Fabulous Sports Babe, and he always called her Nancy. He was the only one who ever called her by her name. Thank you, Nancy.
Hey, she had a good show.
Uh-huh.
She had a really good show. We used to have Colin on a lot. I doubt we'd ever get him again. One, he's on the West Coast, which makes this time of day impossible.
Supposedly he's moving. So if he moves, we'll reach back out. Sure, but I don't have one here at the house.
What are you going to ask next, Michael? Has he ever considered an egg white omelet in the morning?
Oh, man. Mike, I've considered all the better food options. I just pass.
And Michael, I don't think there's a lot of choices for David when he goes to the pantry. I think it's the first thing he sees that looks edible. It's an open and grab move.
I mean, if you want to know, the 3 choices are Ritz crackers, Cheez-Its, or potato chips. I mean, and breakfast bars, and they're healthy. They suck. Nope, have not gone out and purchased the cheddar bunnies, but I am heading out to Publix right after the show. So
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. That's when Seth Everett will join us for his weekly appearance. Pat Kirwan, 1 hour from now. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Hey, just throwing this out there. If we had done a poll question today, and I guess we still could, but
We
if
could.
if we had done a poll question today, what I would have recommended we asked was, so they finalized the deal in Jacksonville between the city and the Jags. Jags aren't going anywhere for 30 plus years. And they're splitting the financing about 56% city, 44% team. But there's going to be 2 years where the Florida Georgia game's going to get moved, 26 and 27. And what I would ask Gator and Dog fan, so because we're in the minority, Miller and Moulton. We've been pounding the table for a long time to get this game on campus. And man, do you guys come out of the woodwork and tell us how much we suck when we go there. So I was going to throw out there as a poll question. Listen, the game's got to move for 2 years. So where do you want to move it to? And I'd give them a choice, home and home or Atlanta, Orlando.
Or Atlanta, Tampa.
Or Atlanta, Tampa.
I mean, just more tickets. I'm just purely thinking numbers.
Well, actually, they could sell more tickets in Orlando. The stadium's bigger. Ray J's one of the smaller stadiums. It's like 64,000. So I would think actually if they want tickets and they got to divvy them up, okay, Orlando Stadium holds more. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am.
No, I'm not.
So
I just didn't think that it was.
I think it's isn't it Camping World Stadium?
I'm looking it up right now. It's right where I'm at.
I think it's around mid-70s, I thought.
All right.
For capacity?
I got 60,219.
Oh, wow. That is small. I thought it was much bigger than that.
But it's a moot point.
But no, it's not moot. Actually, I think it can be the determining factor because, Mark, remember, tickets get split in half. So even if one stadium's 4,000 more than the other, that's 2,000 more for Florida, 2,000 more Georgia. That's significant to them. So, and obviously I would, if I were the Gators, choose Tampa because it's closer. I'm thinking, my fan base, I'm guessing more of my fans are probably closer to Tampa than they are Orlando.
6 of one, half dozen of the other, I think.
Maybe. But so I'm just curious. You're a Gator or you're a Dog fan right now, or you're somebody who goes to the cocktail party. It's got to move. Okay. There is no option. You can't. So it's either do they do the home and home like they did 30 plus years ago when they had to renovate the stadium for the Jaguars coming into existence? Or do you say, no, we're not doing that because once we open that Pandora's box, okay, blah, blah, blah. Nope. We're going to keep it neutral. Atlanta, that's Georgia's game. And then we pick something on I-4 for the Gators. And Miller and Moulton, I think, would vote 18 times for Gainesville and Athens.
100% every single time. Would never vote differently. The other side of this is that Jacksonville gives these schools a ton of money. I don't know. Is Atlanta and Tampa or Atlanta and Orlando lining up to give the same kind of money back to the universities? I would imagine that they would be.
Well, I would think the Florida locations would have to because they could play one off the other. Florida and Georgia could just look at Tampa and Orlando and go, well, this is how it works. Jacksonville gives us $12 million each. We make more playing this game in Jacksonville than if we hosted the game ourselves. That's why we do this. So if you want the game, you're going to have to pay for it. And then our fans will fill up your hotel rooms and spend money for 2 days. See, that's how this deal works. And obviously it doesn't have, Jacksonville, the game's connected with Jacksonville. And, the Georgia border is only 20 miles from where the game is played. So, we all know.
It's the largest Georgia alumni base outside of the state of Georgia is Jacksonville.
Correct. I mean, we all know why the game is played where it's played. And people with connections and people who bought homes and we get it. But for 2 years, it's got to move. And just curious, do you do home and home, or do you keep it? No, we're going to go neutral. See, Mark, to me, I mean, if they go neutral, doesn't Atlanta kind of look at Georgia and go, where the hell else are you going to play this game if not at Mercedes-Benz Stadium? I mean, what am I missing? I mean, Mark, where are they going to play it in Georgia if not Mercedes-Benz Stadium?
There's nowhere else.
Right. So, I mean,
there's 3 football stadiums that are big enough to hold the game. Well, 2. There's Mercedes-Benz, there's Stanford Stadium, and then I guess you could have it at Georgia Tech, but that's really not big enough for the game. I mean, think about it. There aren't football stadiums in the state of Georgia.
Whereas, so I mean, I think
maybe they could convert where the Braves play for a game. I mean, maybe that would be a possibility.
Now, don't laugh, and you're going to make fun of me, but don't laugh. All right. Think about how beneficial this would be for Chick-fil-A. Because remember, every time Chick-fil-A gets a football game in that stadium, it's on a Sunday, and they're closed. They'd get the Florida-Georgia game on a Saturday.
A lot of chicken sandwiches.
You know how much money they'd make on that game?
That's a lot of chicken sandwiches.
Damn right it is. Ask Chick-fil-A. Favorite football game of the year. It's the SEC championship game, baby. Don't know if it's enough to get Chick-fil-A to put their name on the game, but I'll bet you they'd chip in. I digress. But that's my hope. The city deal and the council, and it'll be great for the city and the Jags. And now we can stop with the whole they're going to move to Europe. That's not happening. When this deal goes through, and it's gone through in Jacksonville, the final step is actually NFL owners, and they're going to vote in October. And it's difficult to imagine that the NFL owners would not approve this deal, considering the NFL team sat down and negotiated it. Don't you think they were in communication with the NFL going, hey, this is one of the clauses in it. You think you guys would have a problem with it? No, we're fine. So it's done. And they're here for the next 30 plus years. But where do you play the game?
Think about it. Jacksonville, who's at best been mediocre at football. A couple of good years, but they're a mediocre franchise.
Yeah, they've struggled more times than not. Yeah, more times than not, they've struggled, yes.
Just got a stadium deal done with their city council. Charlotte, also a mediocre franchise. Right now, bad.
Yeah, last half dozen years, bad.
Just got a stadium deal done with their city council.
7-3 vote in Charlotte, 14-1 vote in Jacksonville.
Kansas City.
You know what the problem was? It had to go on a ballot. See, that's why these teams are desperately trying to avoid. Where did the Chiefs get the votes, Mark? In the Kansas legislature and assembly, not on a ballot.
Right.
They can get the politicians to vote to give them money. They can't get the citizens to vote to give them money.
No, it is basically saying I no longer want to be a city councilman when you vote for these things. You pretty much have given up your opportunity for city council re-election when you vote positively for giving billions of dollars to a football team. I get it.
I have to admit, and I know I've only been in Jacksonville a little less than 2 years, but it is difficult. Like my daughter and I, on the little extended weekend, we got into a conversation. It was very civil. My wife was like elbowing me in the side as the conversation was continuing. She's like, please stop this, please. I'm like, no. I want to talk about this. And my daughter, very anti giving a penny to a pro sports team.
And I get it.
Yep. And she's like, it's absurd. Okay. It shouldn't be done, blah, blah, blah. And, we all know the reasons. I mean, heck, it's tough to get economists to support it. Even if you're going to put it in a downtown area and what have you, you can get more economists to say, it's not going to do
You can do a lot more things with that money to make change.
Okay. But I just said to her, because, my daughter went to school in Jacksonville. She went to North Florida. So she's been here almost 10 years. And obviously Jacksonville, like most cities in Florida, is growing at a fairly rapid rate. People seem to like the idea of moving to Florida. Great. I said to her, can you imagine this city without the Jaguars? And even someone who is completely against the idea of them getting a penny said, no. And I said to her, how do you put a price on that?
Ooh, look at you with your mic drop moment. Did you get an elbow after saying that from the wife? Or did you get a step on your toe? Did she reach over and step on your foot?
Oh, I was getting elbowed all the way up until the mic drop line. Okay. And then even my wife, who also is 100% against a penny going towards any professional team. Even my wife's like, got to admit, it seemed like kind of a linchpin of the community here. Now I can see, Charlotte without the Panthers. Maybe I'd be mistaken, but I could. No?
I don't know about that.
Okay.
I know they're bad right now. But I happened to, be at a game when they were on top, when they were young and on top. People were from Raleigh to the Greensboro market to Charlotte were into that team.
Right. And that's hours away. Right.
Correct.
Raleigh and Greensboro. Right. So, and you lived in that state for a while. I didn't. So, but it is fascinating what you brought up. It's like to review. The Jags got their money. 14-1 vote. The Panthers got their money. 7-3 vote. And they hate that owner.
Right.
Okay. And the Chiefs got voted down damn near 60-40 by the people going to the polls wearing Mahomes jerseys.
It's bizarre to me. But a little bit on, we've talked about college stadiums that last time. I got a couple of texts, got about 4 or 5 texts going, hey, what about Virginia Tech? What about Virginia Tech? They were 17th on the list. I didn't give every team in the top 25. Virginia Tech was on the list. Had a Florida State fan text in saying, I'm a Florida State fan, and the Swamp is one of the toughest places to play noise-wise, and I've been to 6 of those top 10, and Florida's right there with LSU. That's from a Knoll fan.
I will say the single loudest moment that I've ever experienced working a game was in Death Valley on a Saturday night, but the second loudest moment was Winky threw a pick 6 in the 99 game when Florida State was undefeated number 1 and the Gators were 1 loss number 3. Third quarter, he threw a pick 6, and I think it was Benny Alexander has taken it down the sideline to give Florida the lead. And I literally thought blood was coming out of my ears. I was like, and Mark, I'd been to NASCAR races in the pits, and it was the loudest thing I had ever heard at that time.
Saturdays are special.
Yes, they are.
They really are. Even though the landscape is changing ever so quickly and will continue to change, Saturdays will still be special.
So just throwing that out there. I have a few things to chew on. Just taking some lists and some of the current event stuff and putting it together. So you can give us what you think are the toughest stadiums, but also Gator fan, dog fan, or just college football fan. Okay, 26 and 27, cocktail party's got to move. Where are you moving it? You keeping it neutral? Or are you going, I think every 30 or so years we should do a home and home.
I think it should be a little more than that, but
hey, take what we can get, right?
Take exactly what you can get. And there's part of me that thinks Georgia's chomping at the bit to get a home and home because they think they're better right now, and they know they owe Florida one from last time.
You mean you think Kirby wants to try to hang 50 in the Swamp?
Oh yeah, with everything in his being. He wants that.
Oh, my goodness. He'd get a raise, and he's already the highest paid coach in the country. Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. Great 8 hours next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Hi, Seth.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm okay. How are you guys?
Good. Is that what do you got? Is that a
Seattle Supersonics, baby.
Oh, there you
I just saw
go.
the top of it, and I thought it was Supersonics.
Yeah,
But I didn't know
Supersonics.
if it was some minor league baseball shirt. That was the other alternative.
No, I mean, not to get too personal, but I lost a bunch of weight, so these shirts fit now. So
Good for you. How much weight?
breaking them out.
How much weight you lose?
19.
Good for you.
Thank you.
Just fasting? I mean, just killing yourself?
Yeah, killing myself. Stress. It's been good.
I got a jump start to mine, Seth, because I got either the flu or food poisoning over the weekend and spent the better part of 24 hours
that
being
sucks.
sick.
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a great, stomach's a little sore from the puking, but other than that, good kickstart to the diet.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, the weekend that I was in the hospital with my mother, I was eating Doritos all weekend
Yes.
because they're delicious and they were right down the hall.
Because they're delicious.
Do we have like a minute? I'll tell you a funny story from the hospital.
We do.
This lady, she lost her mom. She was across the hall. We were in the hospice wing. She lost her mom. She was super nice. And out of nowhere, we talked outside, and I wished her the best, whatever. And out of nowhere, she just goes, she I'm not going to do her accent, but she was Indian. And she came over and she says, I could go for some ice cream. Can I take you to get ice cream? And I just go, this is how people get trafficked. And she laughed. And she laughed.
That was your reaction?
That was my line. She knew I was kidding. I wasn't being serious. It was just so random, out of nowhere. She had literally lost her mom like a half hour ago, and she just wants to put me in her car and take me for ice cream. I go, that's how people get trafficked.
Did you go?
No, I didn't go.
Oh, really?
Not because of her. I just didn't want to leave.
Gotcha.
But it was funny.
How about a Fresca?
Want some ice cream? I can relate to that. Ice cream's always wonderful.
It's always wonderful.
That's tough to say no to. I mean,
Yeah, no.
I mean, if your mom was still alive, though, right?
At that point, yeah.
If your mom had also just passed, would you have gone?
Maybe.
I think you would have.
Yeah, maybe.
I think you would have.
Yeah, the big thing, I was very untrusting after she passed, because they're like, we'll just leave her here, wait for the funeral home. I'm like, I'll see to that myself.
No, it's okay. I'll sit here. I'm good.
I've come this far.
Right.
The other great hospice story is the show Manhunt on Apple Plus.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
And we're thrilled to be joined by our friend and frequent contributor for over 15 years to Miller and Moulton, Seth Everett. He of two tremendous podcasts, very different from one another. He's an interesting guy. Sports with Friends and Hall of Justice. Follow Seth on X at Seth_Everett, Seth_Everett. Seth, we did this over the air and we did this privately, but with you here, just on behalf of us and also many of our listeners. Okay. Sorry about the passing of your mom. Hope you and your family are doing better this week.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The outpouring on social media and just from friends on texts and calls, it's really unbelievable. And it's the best thing that social media was created for. Considering what a toxic mess it is and how, everybody always think, I wake up 3 times a week. I think about deleting all my social media. Like it's a mess. But on days like that, when you get, when you lose somebody, my favorite social media thing is 9 years ago, this last week, the passing of Daryl. That's when I fell in love with Twitter, especially the first time, but just the outpouring of people. My mother was a teacher and her students. So she was a teacher 40 years ago. Her students were writing testimonials saying that she was their favorite teacher. I was overwhelmed with the people, and so many of your listeners reached out on social media. I thank them truly.
Awesome.
It is.
Yeah, it was awesome.
It is. So we finally found a good reason for social media.
That's the only reason when people die.
So death.
Death.
Okay. Is that how we're going to market social media? Social media, number one with death.
Well, if you think about my history with social media, Twitter's greatest night is the night that the U.S. killed bin Laden. Death.
Right.
My personal favorite moment on social media is the passing of Daryl. The
Your
craziest time on my social media was the passing of Prince, because people associated me with working with him. And just last week, the passing of my mom. Tell me, everything connects to death.
Well, it kind of all does. I mean, that it is the one universal, Seth.
Wow. Never thought about this. The Mount Rushmore of social media for you is all death.
It's all dying.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
No,
fantastic.
the craziest thing on social media that ever happened, my father had Alzheimer's, and there was a test for a gene, like this gene that could find out that you were predicated to get it. And the gene had no name. It had a code. I tweeted out, I said, does anybody know what this code is? If so, please DM me. And a doctor did from Columbia. A doctor did and said, oh, that's the gene for Alzheimer's. I can test you for that. That's the craziest thing that ever happened to me on social media.
Did you go get tested?
I did, and I don't have it. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
But that was a great.
We do have some good news that's come out of this interview. We're starting to get a little more uplifting.
Right. I was going to say we're making
We're
positive.
We've
gone
from through the snow.
right.
I mean,
we've gone
if
from
you were
death-
on during the commercial break on Twitch, there were Doritos.
There
that's
were.
true. We
And
could
almost
get to-
ice cream.
That's true. We've advanced from death to not having Alzheimer's. We're making our way. We're going in the right
Progress
direction.
here.
It's
Right.
a good spin. It's
We
a
are.
good spin.
Seth's also lost nearly 20 pounds. Mark asked him
Yeah.
how he did it. He basically said he stopped eating Doritos. Okay. All right. It's a good start.
Stress will do that for you, Seth. There's no doubt.
Yep.
Hey, I don't know if you saw this story, but we've been paying attention. You've been paying attention to Diamond Sports and their
Sure.
battle with Comcast. But now the Florida Marlins are trying to give basically trying to give 2 free months away if you sign up. Basically saying that this deal between Comcast and Diamond Sports is nowhere near getting done, is it?
Nope, it's not. And it's a bigger deal from this than the announcement of Diamond's bankruptcy last season. If you remember the bankruptcy last season, Rob Manfred went out of his way to do interviews to announce, don't worry, we will make sure you get the games. Don't worry, San Diego. Don't worry, Arizona. We've got you. We will get the games. And if you remember the segments that we did then, it was all about payroll disparity.
Right.
It was like,
Right.
Here's how you get the games. Where's the money coming from? And now you have this scenario where millions of fans, I mean, it's literally in the millions. Now, millions of people are not watching, but millions of people are losing access to these games, and baseball's been silent. And the Marlins are saying that that's not right. Because if you think about the Marlins, their gate is so small, but their audience on television has always been consistent. The Marlins have always drawn in South Florida on television. And to lose that to people, with a majority of people being senior citizens who are not going to get Roku, Fubo, whatever it is. You thought I was going to curse. The idea, you have to do it. You it's the right thing for the Marlins to do. It's a drop in the bucket for them. To me, this whole thing is such a mess.
I don't understand how in 2024 this could happen. I don't understand how a sport that has 100% antitrust status that all the other sports are jealous about. No, seriously, Seth, there's never been a sport more connected to our politicians than baseball. Okay, I don't understand between the blackout situation and now the regional sports and then the regional sports argument with Comcast. Of all the sports for this to affect, the fact that it is affecting baseball more than all the others combined is really mind-boggling.
Well, that's partly because of timing, because it's happening in May and June, as opposed to if it happened in December, this is a basketball hockey problem.
Well, but by the way, there's no indication this is going to get resolved before October. I mean, this is very likely now. For those that don't care about baseball, they're like, whatever. You care about hockey and basketball. Guess what? Just wait 3 months.
Yep. And you'll lose whatever college programs that Diamond has.
Right.
Whatever.
Which, for a lot of people here in Florida are getting their games in the Northeast that they may like, or whatever the case may be. Sure. You're getting different college games. So absolutely.
ESPN Plus has a lot of that, but yes, I agree. I don't know,
if they're relying on Comcast, Seth, they're not an ESPN Plus. Like you mentioned, they're not a Roku. They're not an ESPN Plus person. They're not cutting the cord.
Yeah, it's a mess. The problem is it's the same. I mean, it's the debate on electric cars. It's the same thing. They want the teams and the sport wants to rely on the old regional sports network model, the RSN model, like it's 1999, and they're not recognizing that this is the future of television. Cable companies are diminishing. They're not dead, but they're smaller than they were 5 years ago. And because of that, the money that these teams, these networks are supposed to command, Comcast is saying to Diamond, there's no way we're paying you close to what we pay Disney for ESPN. It's that simple a negotiation.
Got about 3 minutes left.
Oh, and I have lots of podcasts to talk about.
Well, that's why we've got 3 minutes left. We're going to give you ample time. But I'm going to add, we've talked a lot about Turner and the NBA and should they have paid the money, and it looks like they're going to lose it, etc. Stephen A. Smith is asking for $25 million a year from ESPN.
Who's he?
And I was just wondering if you think ESPN can afford to lose Stephen A. Smith. Because there's $7 million a year. No, you're not. We know you're not a fan of his. You don't watch his show.
What time is he on?
But you know the business. Okay.
Yeah,
you know the business. You know the numbers he attracts. Okay, etc.
Well, the better move for ESPN.
He's the better face of everything.
Correct. The better move for ESPN would be to buy time for Stephen A. Smith like they do for Pat McAfee. Pat McAfee is not an employee, and the numbers are exorbitant, but it's a rev share situation.
Well, and that's
what would be better for Stephen A. Smith.
Right. That's what he wants. In a nutshell, ESPN's offered him $18 million a year salary. Stephen A. Smith is countered by saying, I want the deal you have with McAfee only for more money.
Right.
So would you do it, though?
I mean, I wouldn't personally because, and then it's not because I don't watch them, the profit margin on anything that is non-play-by-play for ESPN is diminishing continually. And so to pay that much money to have that guy, if he drives traffic, right? If he drives traffic, there's no way he will drive traffic more than the Manning cast or anything with a play-by-play element to it. And so this argument of you have to pay more to keep him to hold on to the audience that he has. Take a look at the ratings for his show and find out and compare it to a Big East game.
Well, but this is the better comparison for me quickly, and then we want to get to what you got going on. Okay. His show attracts about 500,000 viewers. If they were to run a sports center in its place, it'd get about half the audience. So it really, what he's bringing to the table is 250,000 to 300,000 viewers that in theory would go away.
Yeah.
And I don't think personally that's worth 25 million. I don't think that's worth 18 million.
Correct. You could fill it with anybody.
All right, Sports with Friends Hall of Justice. What do you got, Seth?
Sports with Friends. Before my mom passed, Vinny Del Negro did a very nice thing. He reached out. He heard about my mom, and he said, I'll do this interview whenever you can. I will break my schedule. I'll do whatever you can. So last week, I did a podcast. I couldn't do Hall of Justice, but I did Sports with Friends. Vinny Del Negro was awesome. He really was amazing. This week, equally nice and available to be flexible, Joe Theismann came back. First time in 3 years I've had Joe Theismann on. Both podcasts were so charming and these people were so nice. I couldn't believe it. Vinny Del Negro, we had a great conversation about the fate of the ACC with Cal and Stanford coming in. And Joe Theismann, we talked a lot about Alex Smith. So that was really, really cool. I will do Hall of Justice this week. Kevin Altieri is a former producer of Batman, the animated series. And I had a conversation with him recently, and I'm going to put that together this week.
Seth Everett, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Try to take in this segment if you can one day, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, just to see what t-shirt Seth wears for the segment. Today, it's a Seattle, not Sonics, Seattle Supersonics t-shirt.
SEATTLE.
Uh-oh.
Wow.
I think this segment went about 20 seconds
Go
too long.
Sonics. GP, are you with me?
Miller and Moulton. 20 seconds we can never get back.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf
Well, Feeney, I will say he's going to get somebody is going to pay him. If him and ESPN can't come to terms, there's somebody that will give him the deal that he wants because he does bring an audience and generate social media traffic, and not a lot of people can. So he's not going to be in a position to take a deal that he doesn't want to take. Whether you like him or watch him or not. Yeah. Thank you, Teacher Tim. Very nice of you to say that. Yes, that's why I said, Cowherd moving. He's talking about moving to Chicago.
What the hell for?
I think his wife is a little tired of the West.
Okay.
I think she likes that he's got stuff set up in Utah, Montana, things like that. But the word I heard is that she's not crazy about California.
Interesting.
So she's like, hey, can we go someplace kind of central? We could travel to where it is we want to travel to from. I'm wondering if he had to do it, just talk to Fox a little bit because he needs a studio.
Right.
He needs a studio and occasionally guests.
All right, here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Magic numbers of 59, 66, and 71 for the beginning of the college football season and the NFL season 10 weeks from tomorrow. I find myself an awkward feeling today, Mark, because
out of tuna mac.
I just did a buy one get one free for the mayonnaise that I like too. So we're loaded up maybe to have some this weekend. So
Dukes, I hope.
Be careful what you make fun of. So how much I love a draft.
Yes, you do. Drafts and Hall of Fames, David. They are soft spots for one David Moulton. Always have been, always will be.
Yes. And don't get me going on the Hockey Hall of Fame yesterday. Colin Campbell was elected into what the hell did he ever do? Honestly.
Worked for the league.
For a long time. Right. Dean of Discipline. By the way, a lot of people thought he got it wrong. What in the world? He was put in as a contributor? I mean, the longtime GM of the Caps and the Predators helped get the Preds off the ground. He just retired. David Pohl. Okay, fine.
That's a hockey lifer. I mean, he's...
Yeah, right. 40 years in hockey between the Caps and the Preds. Okay. And Colin Campbell spent his life in hockey too. But
does that make you a Hall of Famer?
Right. Don't you have to do something? You were the Dean of Discipline? Seriously? The Hall of Fame? I mean, they can't buy him a nice watch? Take him out to dinner? Maybe even have a night for him? Have some people come up, tell some stories, just, celebrate the career of the Hall of Fame? All right. I'm sorry. And Alexander McGillney can't get in, and it took Jeremy Roenick 13 years. All right. Fine. Back to the draft. NBA draft tonight. NHL draft Friday.
At the Sphere.
At the Sphere in Vegas. And the reason that that's worth mentioning is the Rangers couldn't make the trade they wanted to make at the deadline because the owner of the Rangers owns the Sphere, and he said, yeah, I got to have a first-round pick in the draft. The GM's kind of like, we can get Tarasenko back.
Might help us win a cup.
Right. No, all because of the pick at the Sphere. The NHL draft, big audience,
Right.
And
to tell you how big of an audience it is, by the way.
Right.
Like tonight, the NBA draft, that's on ABC, right?
I believe tonight's on ABC and tomorrow night's on a 4-letter network.
The NHL draft is on ESPN for round 1.
Right.
Round 2 is on ESPN Plus.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, I will say the NBA draft simulcast tonight, ABC and ESPN. 8 o'clock. Round 1, 30 picks. That's it. See ya. Round 2 tomorrow. First time they've ever done that. Okay. I'm not fired up for the draft tonight.
How could you be?
Well, no, hold on. What do you mean? This to me is like you last night and you 2 TVs, slow sports night, and you basically put, what was it, Copa America on over the Major League Baseball.
Right.
Right. And that, that's to me is, red flags for baseball. Especially since the Yankees were playing. Your wife
I like
likes
watching them hit. Right.
And you're right. And your wife likes to watch men in uniforms. Okay. I mean, she does. She's told you that. You know that. Okay. It comes with the territory. You have to accept it. So, Aaron Judge looks good in pinstripes. Don't know what to tell you. Suit or baseball uniform. He looks good in pinstripes. So back to the draft. I love that UConn team. And they're going to have 2 guys taken off that team in the top 10. I liked Reed Shepherd. Okay. The shooter. I mean, I understand why he left. If he's going to go top 5, why do you stay? Man, I wish he would have come back for another year. I don't think he's, ready yet, but he will be soon. But I don't know, Mark. I mean, the Spurs have 2 picks in the top 8. The Heat and Magic are both picking in spots where they could, if they wanted to get aggressive, move up. Heat at 15, Magic at 18. If there's somebody falling or somebody they really like. And really the only intrigue that I have about tonight's draft is I want to monitor it on X because I believe Shams and a couple of his guys are going to release the picks early. And I love that. I love having the ABC ESPN broadcast on and watching those guys, and they know who the picks are. Okay. Or they all look at their phones while they're on the air, and they're watching Shams tell everybody who's following him who the pick is 3 minutes before Adam Silver goes up and announces it. Man, I love that.
Look, the only interest I don't have any interest in this draft. There's not a lot of marquee names. It struggles to get star power. Is someone going to take Bronny tonight, late in the first round?
See, and I think there's no chance that he goes tonight.
No
chance at all. I think it's 50-50 tomorrow. I really do. I think the Lakers will take him at 55 to save face. If they know they're getting LeBron to come back, I think they will take Bronny so that the kid got, quote, drafted and he wasn't a free agent.
You're probably right. But I would love to see Philadelphia and someone late in the first round just take him.
Mark, why? Because you think he can play, or you think you're going to get his dad?
B.
Okay.
Not A.
All right. But I mean, you got to have cap room. I mean, Rich Paul's already come out and said he ain't signing some minimum deal just because you drafted his kid. I mean, whether he goes back to the Lakers or he goes wherever,
he's making $50 million next year.
Yeah, he getting paid. I mean, think 3 years for think 2 for $110, 3 for $165 for LeBron, who turns 40 before the end of the year. Now, he's still one of the 15 best players in the game. He did. He made All NBA last year, 3rd team, and it was legit.
But outside of that, I don't have a lot of intrigue on this draft. There's not this, and I get, but as we pointed out earlier in the show, if I'm not watching Yankees Mets, I am now in the baseball demo, and I chose soccer last night over baseball.
I know.
David is already professing that he is going to skip this draft, watch it on X.
Well, in essence, I'm going to double dip. I don't. The only interest I have is to see Shams steal their thunder. And I'll see how long that amuses me. But that's really the intrigue I have in this draft. And my team's got 2 first-round picks. Now, they're like 24 and 25, but still.
They go all in with the big trade, keep both picks this year, which I think was important for your Knicks, David.
Let me ask you this. Did you draft Zach Edey in the first round? If you're the Heat at 15, the Magic at 18, would you take Zach Edey?
No.
You're the Knicks at 24, 25. He's on the board.
Now I'm a little more interested at 24, 25.
Okay.
I'm interested. That's fascinating.
I'm interested whether or not we think he can play at the next level. Because there's a lot of NBA people that don't think he can play at the next level. It's a 2-time player of the year.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes.
Hello, Pat.
Hello, boys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great.
Somehow in my car, I didn't reorder it, but my Sirius subscription's been back on the last couple of weeks, so I've been enjoying listening. But I laughed because last thing I listened to yesterday was you on my way home picking my daughter up. I get in the car this morning at 5:15. I turn it on. It's you again.
Well, I was telling David, I know a lot of stations repeat shows, but they have cut out some shows on ours. So we've been on. This is the funniest announcement we make every day, Mark, at the end of the show. Hey, if you've missed any of our show, we're coming up right away at 7 for repeat.
Oh, wow.
We're on for 8 straight hours, and then they put us on in the middle of the night again. So we're on 12 hours a day. Is that bizarre or what?
That is it's a lot of Pat and Jim.
I wouldn't even listen to it if it was. I don't listen to any of it, but I just can't believe that that's where they're headed with the way they think.
No, I'm just curious if that's just an off-season.
They get so much negative feedback from other shows.
I'm curious, are they doing this?
David?
I'm curious, are they doing this just to save money during the off-season, or is this now permanent going forward?
I think it's the off season. Well, they've always done it in the off season, but they've done it more this year than ever. Steve Cohen's gone, and the guy in his place is a bean counter, and he just likes to save money. He thinks he's going to get a gold star for that. He's going to get fired for having shitty programs. But
because I think what they do with you guys is they rerun you 7 to 11, then they rerun the midday show 12 hours after it ran from 11 to 3. They run it, I think, 11 p to 3 a, and then they rerun your show again from 3 to 7, which goes right into the new morning show.
Yeah, it's 12 hours a day.
Yeah. So in a 16
I only say this sarcastically. I'm exhausted after 12 hours, I can tell you. Yeah. Well, I can't worry about it. It's not my call. I have a contract, so that's what they're going to do with me. Go ahead.
There you go.
You know, it's kind of like what you guys control, you control, and what you don't, you don't.
Yep.
Exactly right.
And the second you start getting consumed with attempting to control, you lose your marbles.
Are you back down here at all this summer, Pat?
Yeah, I will be. I'm not sure. I got to look at my schedule. My camp schedule's coming out. And probably whenever we're going to do the Bucks. And then I would think the last time we did that, we got 2 days off right after it. And then we went over to Miami because it's kind of closing in on the games. And then you can't just go to camp every day. So I think that'll be it. And it's probably like August 12th, something like that.
All right.
Yeah, who knows? The camp schedule. I just told them I like going to Seattle and I sure like seeing my buddy, but since he's not there and the trip is ridiculously long, I said, can we skip that and give that to the West Coast guys if you have such people? I don't know if you even have a West Coast guy anymore, but I don't know. I'd be, if I were those guys that their shows are off, I'd be a little worried about what's going on for them.
Sure. Hey, once you're taking, listen, I lost my spot on Mad Dog Radio when I had the kidney. I had to call in for 2 shows to get the kidney removed. Never got back on the schedule. They had given me that time slot. I had done it for 3 straight months.
Oh God, I can't believe that.
Once you get off the schedule, man.
Yeah, I guess, but you know.
Well, they used COVID as the excuse. You know, that was the excuse. And
yeah,
you know, and they cut back a lot during COVID, but once I missed 2 Saturdays.
Well, one thing about Sirius, the people that run it, they're still worried about COVID because they haven't come back to work yet.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. It's a hump day, and during the summer, this time means Pat Kirwan. He of NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. It gets replayed a lot during the summer nights and overnights. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers from Tampa to Key West and over a dozen locations in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Top of the morning to you, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great. And, you know, this happened once before at Sirius for me anyway, but it's happened for the second time. We now have an offshoot program, not by us, but by the fans. It's called Outside the Chains. And I think they do it on X, and they have over 100 loyal listeners that contribute to it every day, and they just talk about football. And sometimes guys are working, but they go, well, did you hear what Jim and Pat said today? And the answer is, well, you can if you want to right now, because they're on again. So they're on 12 hours a day. So it's fun to listen to how the fans, they want even more than the 4-hour show. So they have their own thing going on after it. And they talk all day and night. So I don't know. That's where the world is headed. It's good for them.
Pat, you were big on the fans yesterday and talking about training camp. I know your training camp tour, you're starting to get that scheduled, and just how little, you're sticking up for the fans. There doesn't seem to be a lot left for them with the training camps all being moved to their own facilities with limited practices, that there's less and less for the fans to see, isn't there?
Yeah. And there's no excuse for it. We're at our building. Baltimore has been at their building forever. And they have 20 open sessions. And they don't even have good parking. So you can park somewhere and get on the little bus, and it brings you right over there. And they have 20 sessions. Now, this is what I said. The commissioner should have told all the clubs minimum of 10 open practices. That's just me talking. Because the fan who can't afford to go to the game, I think only 2% of football fans have ever been to a live game. You really have to take care of these people. This is how my dream of being in the NFL started. My mom would drop me off at jet practice, and I spend the whole day, and in between sessions, because it was double sessions all the time, I just sit on the bench so I wouldn't lose my seat. So those kind of guys, those kids are not getting that opportunity. And the two disgraceful ones, and I don't mind saying it because I'm going to both camps, the Bucs are having 2 open practices all summer. The Detroit Lions, and this is the one for you, Mark, that finally have recaptured the city, have only 6 open practices. That's not right.
Pat, they used to have their camp in my hometown in Saginaw, and they weren't good. And I remember my younger cousin, my godson, when he's a Lions fan because of those camps.
Yes.
Because of going to that with his dad. They couldn't afford tickets. They weren't going to games, but they could go to the camp at Saginaw Valley State University and watch their guys play. And those camps were packed. And since they've gone back to Detroit, they've limited them. And you're right, Pat. This is where you grow your fan base. And what's the NFL need? Where's the one area they're lacking in fans? It's young fans. This is how you develop a young fan base.
And if they were smart, they'd hire someone from Major League Baseball, because I've said this on your show before, fellas. Major League Baseball, when I was teaching in the graduate school at NYU, I brought in a lot of those commissioners and people that ran those sports. And the baseball guy was, first thing out of his mouth, we made a major error in baseball. We did not develop the young fan base. And they were going through some very hard times back in the 90s. So football ought to learn a lesson from that. And this is one of the things that the commissioners should be just telling these guys, look, here's a league policy, minimum of 10. And I don't want to hear you, well, they don't have the space. I watch teams that want to have fans manipulate that. You can figure it out. And Tampa Bay, I've been there when they have fans. They have enough room in that thing for about 5,000 fans a day. Don't get it.
Pat, it seems, though, as if, and I know their 18 to 34 and 12 to 17 numbers are not as good as they'd like, but clearly there's no alarm anywhere. It's not, the NFL's not having an attendance problem. Is a franchise that's having trouble selling tickets? I mean, maybe the Chargers, but you know what I mean. 30 of the 32 are fine selling tickets. Obviously, the NFL is a $20 to $22 billion annual industry. They just don't think they have a problem, do they?
No, they don't. And what they have to, this is what I learned from the baseball people. You have to look at the age of the people buying the tickets. And then you have to ask yourself, okay, let's call the average age of the ticket buyer 49, 50, whatever it is. And next year, if it's 51 or 52, not 47 or 48, you're headed in the wrong direction. And they ought to be paying attention to it. But like I say, and I've said it on this show 100 times, the only thing that's going to ruin and end the NFL is the NFL. Arrogance can't be part of their thinking. They got to be thinking about the future. And I don't know if they are. And which leads me to the Sunday ticket. What have you guys been talking about with that?
Actually, we haven't brought it up. We haven't gotten knee deep in the Sunday Ticket lawsuit because we think it's complicated. And also, to be honest with you, Pat, the NFL just doesn't lose in court very often. And even when they do, the damages aren't that much. So we have a hard, like, I got to believe personally, Pat, I thought John Gruden had it all over the NFL. The fact that Gruden ended up losing to me basically is shocking. I think that the people suing the NFL and the Sunday Ticket are this to me. I don't know how they lose, but all I know, Pat, is that the NFL doesn't lose in court.
Yeah, I'm with you. I applaud them for trying, but we know the forces at work here that do not want that thing dropped to $70. So it's just interesting to me how we view the fan. And I know the baseball guys, and I know what they taught me about average age of your season ticket holders and how quickly that can become a problem. And it's going to be a problem for the NFL. And with the only young people, all they care about is playing fantasy football anyway. So you're not only not developing real fans, you've got them hooked on a subject that doesn't even really teach them the game.
And they don't need to watch anything but the red zone. I mean, that's the other side of it, Pat. You're not asking them to watch games and become devout fans. You're telling them watch the red zone and see when teams score.
That's right. And you don't have to care about a single team. So now we still have some fanatical fans. I had a guy on yesterday, if you were listening, Mark. He's not married, which after he told me about his jersey collection, I explained why he's not married. It was the thing he was most proud of was his jersey collection, and a Jet fan to boot. Can you imagine collecting Jet jerseys?
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and I asked him what jersey he had on when Rodgers went down last year on play 3. He said, "My black Rodgers jersey." I said, "So you have more than one?" He goes, "Yeah, I have a white one." I said, "What are you wearing to the opener this year?" Because I was thinking of wearing my black one. I said, that's bad karma, dude. But the guy had like 30 jerseys. Come on. I think men wearing jerseys is absolutely ridiculous, but that's just me.
Well, no, that's all three of us, Pat.
Yeah,
that's all three of us. It always has been.
And apparently we're the minority. That's all I know. Every time we bring it up and every stadium we go to, we are in the minority. Pat Kirwan, moving the chains, weekdays 3 to 7 on NFL Radio, joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Just to go back to the Sunday Ticket lawsuit. To me, forget the damages. I mean, even if the NFL loses and they say they could lose billions. Well, $100 million a team if they lose $3.2 billion. These guys can sweat out $100 million. They really can. So I'm not worried about the financial damages for any of the owners. However, if the people suing win, aren't we then going to get, hey, you can now just buy your own team's games for $69? Isn't that
that's what they want?
Right. That's what this lawsuit is. Yes, it would probably reduce the price of Sunday Ticket, but what it would get us is Dolphin fan in Missouri being able to purchase all the Dolphins games.
That's what they want, and I don't blame them for it. Yeah, the fan bases of almost all the teams are spread around the country now. And just because you don't live in your local area anymore, the Steeler fans are the greatest example. They're everywhere, and they want to watch Steeler games, and they're willing to pay for it. And so this fear, they'll all be watching Cowboy games, and they won't be watching Cardinal games. They weren't watching the Cardinal game when all the games were on. So, I don't know. When are we going to give the fans what they want? They are the employers of the NFL.
Well, usually the answer to that's never, because you're getting $400 now from the fan to buy their own team. And you're going to say, okay, now you can buy that same package for $80. I see where the NFL is trying very desperately to make that not happen, because I'm one of the few. I buy the ticket because I want to watch the best games. But with the number of games that are on Sunday night, Thursday night, Monday night, the number of prime games, you don't need Sunday Ticket for it. You need it to watch your team.
That's right. It's for the guy who loves the Detroit Lions, who lives in Estero, Florida, that wants to watch the Lions. So I understand what they want, and I don't think there's anything wrong with them asking. Now, we know the repercussions and the ramifications of that decision on CBS and Fox, which David can speak to as well as I can. And that'll be their big fear, that you're not going to watch them where all the games are rolling through regionally. I've always, first off, they got rid of the blackout. Remember when the blackout rule was around for the people that are too young to remember?
I do.
Yeah. And all you do is not sell out your home stadium, and all of a sudden that game's not on. That was what they're trying to do to force people. So they got rid of that. But as I said, this is a transient society. People move all over the place, and they want to see their team. And for us to come up with a reason that they shouldn't be able to see their team every week is kind of nonsense to me.
I will say, though, if the people that are suing win, it to me would be a death knell for sports bars. I mean, then there would literally be no reason to ever go to a sports bar and watch an NFL game again.
Well, I agree with you partially, but I talk to a lot of the guys who go to those bars, and part of their deal is to be around the same fan base and have the energy of the room. And that, I think, is intriguing to me. I always thought the NFL should have done a deal with the big movie houses. So on Sunday, you'd pay $20 to go into the movie theater, and you'd have games on in every one of those studios where they could sit in front of a big screen and watch with their fan base. And if they want to walk across the hall and watch the Lions for a while, go ahead. But they never did it. I thought Regal Theaters and the NFL could have come up with a really exciting plan.
I'll bet you they do it now. Okay, there's a lot of movie theaters that are empty. I mean, hell, there's a movie theater in Southwest Florida. It's 20 movies. They only got like 8. They only got like 8 that are playing right now.
No. And so just put in your mind, like, you pull into the parking lot at 11, you tailgate in the parking lot, you walk in, you pay your $20. They're selling beer in there, and there's a game on in every one of those theaters. Now, I think that the energy, I saw Mark shaking his head up and down. Yes, people like to be with their fan base.
Well, that's you had me with that, Pat. There's no doubt that, living here in Southwest Florida where fans are from every team, there are Browns bars, there are Steeler bars, there are Lions bars, there are Bills bars. Every team has a place where you can go watch with your fan base. And that's what people want.
They do. And they feel a little bit like they're in the stadium. And the Bills, Mark, where I live, and there's a lot of Bills guys that work there. And it's like religion for them, especially on a Monday night or a Thursday night game. They are all heading to that same place and having a great time doing it. So I don't know, it's complicated, but there are people that can't get out. They're going to be older people that can't even leave their house. Wouldn't they like to watch the Steelers?
Any chance that the NFL owners would vote down a deal that's done between a team and their host city? Because 2 deals just got done here in, recently. Charlotte financing the Panthers renovation. The city of Jacksonville actually put in, Pat, where the Jags have to play 7 home games a year, that the NFL can only give them 1 home game in London per year. And the only time they can have them play another international game is the off years when the AFC is hosting 9 games. I mean, the city of Jacksonville said, we're going to finance almost $1 billion, but we need 7 home games a year. Will that be a problem?
No. The NFL is pretty good at dictating you have to go. They have a bunch of rules for that. But while they're fixing that stadium, aren't they going 3 times? One of those years.
Yeah, there's 1 year where they're having to play elsewhere, so the NFL can probably do whatever they want with them in 2027.
Yeah, I think that's the year for 3 of them. The Charlotte thing is interesting because that city saw what happened to Kansas City when they voted down sustain that tax thing. So that, I think, caused enough fear. And there's always a city out there that'll take it. When Kansas, the state of Kansas is going to take the Chiefs, I think Charlotte said, you know what? We will lose these guys. Give them the $650.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio weekdays 3 to 7. And he joins us once a week during the summer, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, Tampa to Key West, all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, thanks for joining us. Be well.
Oh, it's great talking to you guys, and enjoy whatever free time you're going to have, because, David,
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal
Had to,
injury,
Pat.
nursing home claims, and auto accidents.
I'm good.
I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence
Yeah. And scoring some runs against good pitching like Seattle. That's encouraging. Mark, are you calling him?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the final hour of Miller and Moulton, the Diamond District bonus hour for the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He is the driving force behind orangebloods.com, which is the number one source covering University of Texas athletics. And Orange Bloods has a terrific YouTube channel as well. He's Geoff Ketchum. Follow Geoff on X at GK Catch. Geoff, it's David and Mark. Good morning. Thanks for doing this. How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually coming to you from the great state of Florida myself. I'm in Jacksonville for an event with Rivals. So kind of ironic that we're doing this today and we're all in the state of Florida.
Yes. Two of the three of us are in the 904. Mark is in the 239.
All right. Well, Geoff, the Longhorns making news yesterday. If this isn't a slap in the face of the rival, I don't know what is. The day after the baseball coach at A&M emphatically says, "I'm staying," yells at a reporter, announces the next day he's going to Texas. This deal was long done, wasn't it?
Yeah. I had a source who is probably my best source, sent me screenshots of a conversation that he was having with another person on June 16th. And in that set of screenshots, it basically was communicating that the deal was done, that they had gotten their guy, but he hadn't been able to tell anybody. He'd been sitting on it since the 16th. The conversations almost certainly go back farther than that. I don't think it can be stressed enough how good of friends Chris Del Conte and Jim Schlossnagle are. I mean, they are really good friends. So the courting process on this would have been real simple. No agents. Chris Del Conte reaches out to his friend. Are you interested? Obviously, the answer would have been yes. And then I think everything that happened thereafter probably built around the needs of Schlossnagle. What do you want us to do? How do you want us to approach this? How quiet? What steps need to be taken? This operation's been going on for weeks, maybe even earlier than that. And, it's an unfortunate situation for Texas A&M. I mean, what are the odds that their rival would have an athletic director who's virtually best friends with the baseball coach? But that's the situation. And, Texas desperately needed somebody just like this in the base. This is a program of Cliff Gustafson, Augie Garrido. Those two guys alone basically are responsible for 50 years of baseball. They went to David Pierce. It wasn't the hire that needed to be made. I think they probably should have hired Schlossnagle back in 2016, but there was still some bitterness over a baseball series from 2010. Plus, Del Conte wasn't the athletic director at that point. So, all the stars aligned over the course of the last few weeks. And yeah, these two schools, this rivalry doesn't need this, but to add this to it, it's like a massive fire and throwing cans of kerosene on top of it. this will be fun to watch moving forward.
How is this Texas A&M thing gonna go beginning Monday when both are officially now back in the same conference? I mean, A&M was thrilled to get away from Big Brother. They loved being in the SEC away from Texas. And now, literally days before they're back in the same conference, this happens on top of it. I mean, it is Texas looking at A&M going, we own you, don't we?
No, it's like getting a divorce and then your spouse buying a house next door to you. Whoa, wait, no. What just happened? And, look, the thing that can't be Texas A&M was so close to their first major men's national championship in 85 years. And less than 24 hours after I do my YouTube show that I do every day, Monday through Friday, my co-host is an Aggie. And we were talking about this yesterday before all this transpired. This, I asked him, I said, was this like a football loss? Losing this baseball game, was this the equivalent of the worst football loss you can think of? And I was like, oh, yeah, never in my lifetime have I ever watched A&M play for a championship in a major men's sport. So we're so close you can touch it. And the next day, the guy who led us to the greatest season of our lives takes a job with the person that we hate the most. It's dastardly. Let's be honest. It is the kind of thing that is kind of unprecedented. I've been thinking about it for a couple of weeks now. Is there really anything to compare this to? And I don't think so. I mean, we've seen coaches, Tommy Tuberville. We've seen moves made inside the conference before where you go, oh wow, that's cold-blooded. I don't know though that we've ever seen anything where the arch rival takes, and this is what Texas did. They just took him, and not only that, he's bringing the entire assistant coaching staff with him. There's an anticipation that players will follow. That now that the portal, their season is over, and guys start thinking about the portal, that Texas could raid that roster. They're not done yet. This will be a story that continues, and it's every bit as much of a punk move in terms of like mushing little brother's face that we'll probably ever see. And I got to be honest, I've been thinking about it for weeks because is this actually going to happen? You hear that it's going to happen, but you just don't believe it. You think to yourself, okay, is he really going to do it? Like, change of mind, something. Surely this can't happen. And if it does happen, what will the reaction be like? And you think to yourself, oh my God, it's going to be bad. As it turned out, it was worse than I thought. As it turned out, the level of hurt far more significant because we might have been thinking about this for weeks, but you couldn't have known that A&M was not only going to go to the College World Series, but play their way into the national final. It makes this rivalry, it turns it into something even deeper and full of more hatred than we've seen before. Because A&M, over the course of the last dozen years or so, has downplayed the rivalry, and so has Texas. Everybody's tried to act like, well, we don't need each other. You're not important. Can't say that today. Today, A&M can't look at Texas and say, well, they don't matter to us. We have no emotional connections to them, and it's been that way for a dozen years. It's significant, and I can't wait for the football game in November. That was already going to be a massive piece of the 2024 year, the rivalry in football picking back up. I can't wait for the first baseball series next year. It will be get your popcorn ready kind of theater.
And as far as the football season goes, Texas is ready. This team's poised to make a run, but the schedule is a son of a gun, Geoff. I mean, you throw at Michigan in there on top of, you get Georgia, you get Oklahoma. I mean, this is welcome to the SEC time for Texas.
Yeah, the SEC did Texas a favor, though. When you look at who the projected 6 worst teams in the conference are expected to be. Texas plays 5 of them. So they do get Georgia. And I think the road games in Fayetteville and College Station, I don't even think SEC fans understand there's a hatred for Arkansas towards Texas that's borderline unhealthy, but it's quite an aid when they actually play in football. You know, when people say things like, I went through Arkansas and I wasn't allowed to buy gas because they saw my Texas plates, that happens. So the schedule's tricky. This is a Texas football team that has major expectations. You know, they'll be really good. And Steve Sarkisian's done an unbelievable job of rebuilding the roster, you know, in terms of elite recruits. They're a little bit behind Georgia, a little bit behind Ohio State. They pretty much matched Alabama. Those are the 4 most talented teams in the country. But now we've got to find out if Texas can play with the pressure that comes with the expectations of, you know, not only, and this being the first year of the expanded playoffs. I did a poll on Orange Bloods. We had like 5,000 people give responses. And more than 85% of those that were polled said that Texas not only had to make the playoffs, but the expectations going into the season was that they would win at least one game in the playoffs. So presumably either making it to the Final Four, or if you are an at-large team somewhere seated between 5 and 12, that you would make it to the quarterfinals. But man, the bar is set really, really high, and there's no way of knowing how the program will react to such expectations, because this is new and it's in a new conference, and everything about 2024 will be new. They should be really, really good. I think the schedule beyond Georgia, Michigan, Oklahoma sets up really nice for them that, you know, they can, I think Texas fans think they're just going to go into Ann Arbor and beat Michigan's brains in. And I think, come on, guys, have some respect for the defending national champions. But to be fair, Texas goes into that game with Quinn Ewers, and I don't even know who Michigan's starting quarterback is. And one of the advantages that Texas will have throughout the season in football is that maybe other than the game against Georgia, they should have a quarterback advantage in every game they play this season. And that tends to help in a pursuit of a successful season in college football.
Geoff, thanks for making time for us. Congratulations on all your success, orangebloods.com and with Rivals and your YouTube channel. And hopefully we can check in again either right before or early in the football season.
Anytime, fellas. I'm always around. You guys have a great rest of the week.
Geoff Ketchum, he's the driving force behind orangebloods.com. Orangebloods.com. Follow Geoff on X at GKKetch, and that's Ketch with a K. GKKETCH.
Alex Orji is the answer to that question. That's the Michigan quarterback. Alex Orji is the Michigan quarterback there.
By the way, Michigan in September hosts both Texas and USC. That's a pretty good September schedule. It's a pretty good, if you're a season ticket holder, September schedule.
It's an excellent schedule.
When's the last time Michigan season ticket holders have had one team like that come through in September, never mind 2?
Michigan's always played teams, but it's been a while since they've always been good in non-conference.
Miller and Moulton. Thanks so much for listening. MillerandMoulton.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
They play Oklahoma and Georgia in back-to-back weeks.
Texas does?
Yeah.
There's no bye week in between?
Again, back-to-back
Okay,
weeks.
just wanted to make sure.
No. They've got a bye week before Oklahoma. They got a
then
bye week before Florida, but they do not. They go back-to-back.
They host the Gators, right? Or
They
do
host the Gators. They host the Dogs. They go to A&M. And they go to Michigan.
And then Oklahoma's neutral. So, although it's in Dallas, so I don't really know how neutral it is.
I got to find these stupid good, bad, and ugly stories. Come on. Get something to just appear. Can I just get something to appear for me? 20.
It's like getting a divorce and having your ex move next door.
Great line.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. All coming up a little more than 15 minutes time. Good, fun show today.
Absolutely.
Talked about some fun topics. Toughest places to play in college football. You broke out, our buddy's blue chip ratio So we told you who's going to win the Natty each of the next 2 years. Then we just talked about how much Texas and Texas A&M now really hate each other. When you're throwing the college baseball log on top of the fire, this is getting serious.
That coach is a pile, though. I'm sorry. You can't attack the reporter when you've already done the deal for the job.
I agree.
I know the timing's bad. I don't know what to tell you. You've already accepted the job. Everybody seemed to know that you accepted the job, and you're going to sit there and lie to everybody? And then on top of it, he's going to go take all the kids that played for him at A&M and take them right to Texas with them. Just think about it. In baseball, what do you have? A handful of scholarships for how many players they have? But basically, every guy gets a third of a scholarship, right?
Right. I believe. Now, I think they're proposing to change it. They may have even passed legislation to change it. But, Mark, I believe basically you got about 30 guys on a team, and you had to divvy up 11.7 scholarships into 30. And, like, the Gators have been open about it. They give everybody like a third of a scholarship. If you want to come here, that's all we got. Now, in the NIL world, now they can change it. But from a scholarship standpoint, that's the rule of thumb. So, yes, along those lines, quick sidebar. Did you see what happened in Boys Creek, North Carolina? Hello.
I did not.
With the Campbell Camels.
They're the solid baseball program. They are.
Yes. Yes, they are.
The Carolinas have great college baseball. North Carolina in particular. You know, my son's into it because East Carolina's there. You got Campbell. They're big rivals. Obviously, UNC and Duke and NC State and Wake Forest are all great teams. So baseball, North Carolina, very strong.
Very much so. Campbell's kind of equidistant in between like East Carolina and NC State.
Right. I didn't even mention Coastal's another great program there.
Right. So anyway, the head coach left Campbell. I think he left, may have been fired, but I think he left. All 30 guys entered the portal. As of yesterday morning, they did not have a baseball program, so to speak. They didn't have a coach. They literally didn't have a player. I have no idea what the website looks like. I mean, just staff, team. I apparently blank. Everybody gone. He gone. Yep.
Thank you,
all
Hawk
30.
Heroes.
Yep. All 30 entered the portal. Damn.
They must have really liked him.
Nobody wants to stay. Couldn't get to
You've been to Campbell. Do you really think anybody would want to stay there?
It is a small town. It is. There's
and
no
it's a
doubt
religious
about it.
School.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So if you're there to play baseball and your coach that you went to play for leaves, there's a good chance that you're picking up and you're not at Coastal Carolina.
Correct, where it's beautiful.
Right.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you. But I mean, everybody though. I mean, there's
Coastal
nobody
Carolina's beautiful, but
there's nobody dating a girl that they want to hang around for. I mean, seriously.
It's college. Find a new one.
Well, sometimes you're in love. And you don't realize that there's another one looks just like her around the corner. You know, you're thinking this is it. You know, or you're thinking about transferring. She shows up and says, "Come on now, I don't want you to leave." That's tough. They look you in the eye and say, "I love you. Don't leave." I'm just saying. So anyway,
what's your NIL for me, hon? Talk to mom and dad, see what they can do about my NIL, and then we'll think about staying here. Otherwise, I'm gone.
That is funny on so many levels. All right. So,
speaking of NIL at home, so to speak.
Okay.
I don't think I stepped in it. I don't think I fell for it because this has been going on for a while. Today is my wife's birthday. She's 50 today. For most people, that is a humongous deal. My wife has downplayed this birthday literally since I've known her. We've been together a long time.
Well, you met her, though. She was in her 30s.
Right. But I mean, for throughout her 40s, she is, you know, at least the last few, hey, what do you want to do for your 50th? I want to do nothing. How do you want to celebrate your 50th? Nothing. She her father unfortunately passed when he was 50. So her big birthday to her is 51. Outliving her father is a big deal to her for whatever reason. Even though her mom is still alive and well, even though her brother is older than her, alive and well, for whatever reason, 50 has been a panic number for her. So I feel as if, and I bought gifts. Everybody, daughter got her a gift. I got her a gift, taking her out to a nice dinner tonight. The dog and cats bought her gifts. So she's taken care of. But it's not she bought me a pretty big, sizable gift for my 50th. I did not go with that big gift because she wants it for 51. I hope that this will not come back and bite me in the tuchus.
I don't think it will because, and here's my theory, this is a tricky one for us guys, but here's my theory. I think when you're with someone for a little while, you can figure out the genuine sentiment and their setting you up sentiment. And it sounds like, because of the situation with their dad, that this is genuine. That 50 is not special to her. In fact, just if you could, can we just fast forward this sucker and get to 51? I'd be thrilled.
That's the way I've taken it for the better part of 3-4 years. So I'm hoping, and I don't think you set someone up for that long of a time.
Right. Exactly.
You'd have to be pretty vindictive, and that's not my wife.
No, not at all. Now, I will say the trouble spot, though, is that, the 10-year-old daughter wants to celebrate mom's birthday. Mom's a big deal. That's the one that, I'm guessing the daughter wants to celebrate it in a more robust way than you are going to celebrate it, and your wife is going to want to receive it.
That's a great question, because the daughter, I think, would rather play on her tablet than celebrate anybody's birthday at this point in her life.
That happened quickly then.
It escalated even more quickly.
Because I know it at 8, she was celebrating this birthday hard. And I really think at 9, she'd be celebrating this birthday pretty hard. Now that we're at 10, apparently, Bupkis.
Yeah, it's really difficult when you try to tell your child during the school year they can't have the tablet during the week. She's only allowed to have it on the weekends. Well, it's summer.
Right.
I've run out of reasons to not allow her to have this. So, she made the nice card for mom. She got mom the gift. I'm hoping that she sprung out of bed and wished her mother a happy birthday this morning, although there's no guarantees there.
Okay.
I just know the wife's off for a facial and a massage today, so she'll be in great spirits.
Well, there you go. Okay. Now, usually big events, you hit up Todd and Jason in the Diamond District. Did you stayed away though?
I stayed away. We won Christmas. I don't need to win the birthday.
Okay. So you're good.
I think.
Yeah. I think you are too.
All right, good. I needed a little positive reassurance from you today, David. Sometimes we need that dynamic on the show. Sometimes I need a little therapy from time to time.
And if by chance you've slightly miscalculated, I think what you need to do is you need to say, "Yeah, but honey, but you look great in those jeans." The question that always is, no, you look great. Right. So just, tell her how beautiful she is.
I've already have, and I'll continue to do that throughout the day. And if that doesn't work, gin always seems to help.
Right. Well, I mean, you've already gone to, the A team, you've got another man putting his hands on her. There you go. I mean, that always seems to make them happy. You're not allowed to do it in return, but I don't know. Seems to work. Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, pop into a few jewelry stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. Thank you for the kind wish and Kilo's dad. And no, my arm's shot. My pitching days are over. What's that, 5 in a row now for your O's? Uh-oh. Yeah, not so much the Rays. They still got that huge minus numbers run differential. I don't trust them at all. I'd still be selling if I were the Rays. I think that record's a little over their skis. I didn't have the heart to jump in and say it's a female masseuse because that line was too damn good.
Okay.
That was solid.
I have to admit, my wife will not let a man touch her. She only does female masseuses. Meanwhile, I won't let a man touch me, so I only do female masseuses.
Yeah, I'm with you there. We actually use. I've not had one in forever. We used. I found this one myself and then turned Eve onto her. She's great. She's not super expensive either.
Mm. Yeah, Kilo sure Orioles got to snap out of it here. Good thing for them is Yankees going through a rough patch at the same time. Well, yeah, the pitching did fall apart kind of overnight. Well, I know you don't want to. You may have to tap into that farm system, bring in some reinforcements. Yeah, I got to admit, he was not even charged for the crime. I don't.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 till we're done talking. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Good show if you missed it. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan, Geoff Ketchum, talking a little Texas. That's University of, and they just snared the A&M baseball coach. And then also we talked a little Texas football as well. But, you know, a couple hours ago, we spent most of the hour talking college football, blue chip prospects, toughest places to play. We had a good, fun show today. If you miss any of it, millerandmoulton.com. That's where you need to go. About a half hour after our show, it's posted, and, you know, download it.
About a half hour. I'm never later than 10:30. I've got this. My system is starting to get more quicker.
Okay.
Another system, David.
Well, we're big on systems. We are.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, we start today in 1917. The first troops arrive in France in World War I. First U.S. troops, I should say. The New York Daily News begins publishing today in 1919. In 1945, the United Nations Charter signed by 50 nations in San Francisco. Today in 77, Elvis's last performance, Market Square Arena in Indianapolis. David, today in 1981, Stripes premiered.
Man, I love
a lot of this show comes from that movie.
Yes, it really does.
Saw a clip. Rich Eisen has been great about getting actors on his show all the time. He's out in L.A. Had Judge Reinhold on the show and talking about how, first of all, that movie was supposed to be Cheech and Chong Go to the Army. It got scrapped, got redone. They get Bill Murray. He wants Harold Ramis on it, and Judge Reinhold just told the stories of those two just going to their trailer and coming back with material, and just how drop dead funny they were. It's a great listen if you want to catch it.
Along the lines of the Rich Eisen sidebar, did you see the recent sit down he had with Costner? Okay,
I did not.
Talking about Bull Durham. All right, good stuff. And that, by the way, Costner said, I don't know if there was a single thing that was ad-libbed from the original script. That's how good the original script was. And that Costner and Eisen asked him, did he have to try out? And Costner said, well, I kind of had the gig, but I knew that a lot of people, when word got out, were going to try to steal it from me. And their agents were going to say, hey, my guy played ball. You know, he's really good. And so Costner went to the, when they tried out a bunch of actual baseball players for, their role in the movie. And Costner went to it and took BP. And Costner said, I hit 2 out. And I had never hit a home run in my life.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Larry Johnson, grandmama, drafted by the Charlotte Hornets today in 1991. Iverson drafted first in 96 by Philly. 97, the first Harry Potter book is published. Yao Ming goes 1 in 2002 to the Hornets. LeBron goes 1 to the Cavs in 03. It was today in 2015 that Connor McDavid was drafted by the Edmonton Oilers. And it was 2 years ago that Colorado defeated Tampa in 6 for their cup. Babe Sahara's born today. Chris Isaac, the singer, is 68. Greg LeMond, Tour de France winner, 63. Shannon Sharp is 56. Actor Chris O'Donnell is 54. Derek Jeter and my wife are both 50. Ed Jovanovski, 48 years old today. Mike Vick is 44. And Ariana Grande is 31. What did I miss, David?
Your wife's a big fan of Jeter.
Big.
And she's not a Yankees fan, is she?
She is. Well, she was because of Jeter. I don't know if she still is. She was a Yankees fan because of Derek Jeter.
Right. I just thought she was a Jeter fan, if you know what I mean. And once she was done, then,
It seems to be the way that it's gone.
So was her fandom. I don't think I have anything that's worthy of the list. I've got, a few sidebar things, but I don't think I have anything worthy of the list.
Fair enough. I feel good about that.
Yeah.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Alaska for the good today, where a man realized that a baby moose was trapped between a float plane and a dock. And Spencer Warren, who works for the outdoor tourism company Destination Alaska, arrived at work at 6:30 in the morning, heard some odd noises, found the moose. He and 2 police officers able to rescue the moose from the water as the moose's mom watched in disbelief from nearby. No word on what Mom Moose had to say about it.
Mom Moose?
Mom Moose.
Mom Moose.
For the bad, we go to Nassau County, Florida. That's by you, right?
Yeah.
Where a man from New Jersey flew to Jacksonville to attack another man because he wanted to settle an online gaming dispute.
It was not me. It wasn't.
Edward Kang, 20 years old, flew from Newark to Jacksonville, went to the Ace Hardware, bought a hammer, and then went to the man's house and attacked him.
It's more than one Ace Hardware, but I love the way that sounds.
Fortunately, the man's father was home. They were able to get the attacker subdued until deputies got to the house and arrested him with second-degree attempted murder.
Man.
Yeah.
2-hour flight. Get off the
Because of
plane.
an online gaming dispute.
Man.
Finally, the ugly, we go to South Carolina, where John Stack was sentenced to federal prison after being found guilty of a bank robbery. When he was on supervised release from the previous federal bank robbery conviction, you know what he did, David?
No.
He went and robbed another bank.
Come on.
Hey, Tiger doesn't change his stripes, man.
Yeah, but you got caught. Okay, you got caught. What makes
You're
you
going
think you're
down
gonna
in
get
your
caught
way.
again?
Just one last stand. That is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, June the 26th, 2024.
Man, people are stupid. Everybody's playing in baseball, and we got a doubleheader. Now, here's the key. 9 of the games today are in the afternoon. including the first game of a doubleheader between Atlanta and St. Louis in St. Louis. Starts at 1:45.
You know, you might have done it subconsciously, but when you started that out, 9 of the games, you went right into Brockmire when you started doing baseball.
9
of the games are in the afternoon.
9 of the games are during the daylight. One of the early ones, Atlanta and St. Louis, first of 2. First pitch at 1:45.
So this is a traditional double. This is a day-night doubleheader, right? We've got time between these
Then
games.
the crowd leaves, and then we bring them back in. Figure if the game's around 3 hours, 2.5 hours later. So, Mark, we should have plenty of time to place our bet before game 2 between Atlanta and St. Louis, in which our system says whoever lost game 1 is going to win game 2. Hope the Braves lose game 1 because they're big favorites in the nightcap. I mean, Bryce Elder's pitching against undecided.
Who?
I'll tell you what, I don't like undecided.
No, it's like that college football team that has to play idle every week.
Right. Rays, a mighty nooner, trying to complete the sweep against the Mariners. Marlins, did a little Brockmire there for you. Marlins in Kansas City to wrap things up. 2-10 start against the Royals, hoping to take 2 out of 3 in that one, after winning their last series against the Mariners.
Oh, my goodness. He just can't help himself.
No, I can't. I'm sorry. It's just.
Do you like the Brockmire more than the British accent?
Oh, I love Brockmire more than the British accent. I love it. I have tried so hard to get Buck to open up about Brockmire. Okay. And there's always people around and we can't, I so desperately, in fact, next time we get him on the show, that's going to be my pitch to him. I'm going to say, listen, we're not even going to talk football at all.
I don't even tell him. I never want to talk football with him. I'd rather talk tequila with him. And I'm not joking.
Right.
He talks about football all the damn time. He's an interesting guy. I'd much rather hear stories than I would hear about who the hell the Jets are playing in week 3. I don't care.
We'll plug the game for you at the beginning and the end. Okay. Joe Buck joining us. So I just want to talk to him about Brockmire. I really do. So anyway, I don't think we have a nationally televised baseball game though, because ESPN doesn't do that on Wednesdays anymore. So there. We got Euro 2024. Fox is all in on this sucker. You got games on Big Fox at noon and 3 and FS1 at noon and 3. The Big Fox games, Ukraine and Belgium at noon. Georgia, I didn't know Kirby Smart had a team, and Portugal. So the FS1 games are Slovakia, Romania, Czechia, and Turkey. Have you seen, by the way, they're spelling Turkey differently?
I noticed that.
And I guess part of the reason why is they don't want to be associated with the bird.
Well, no one wants to get the bird.
They don't want to be associated with the bird.
They want to give the bird, not get the bird.
I think it's Turkiye, I think is how they're spelling the country now. Although I must admit, if you look on a lot of apps and what have you, they're spelling it the Thanksgiving way.
Right.
Yeah, like the bird.
Ecuador and Jamaica at 6 o'clock. Venezuela, Mexico, 9 o'clock. Copa America.
U.S. doesn't play till tomorrow.
No, they play Panama tomorrow at 6.
Yes. Needless to say, on Big Fox. Both Copa America games are on FS1. NBA drafts tonight, 8 o'clock, simulcast, ABC and ESPN. Round 1 tonight. That's it.
Boy, will we ever break it down tomorrow. I can't wait to start telling you who pick 32 was in this draft.
Unbelievable. First off.
30. Sorry, there's only 30 picks tonight.
See, that's the basketball gods coming back to punish you for mocking their draft tonight. Although I have to admit, I'm having trouble coming after you, and you know how much I love a draft, but man, this draft's doing nothing for me. I will say this. I stumbled upon something which now intrigues me tonight. Where is Zach Edey going to go? Not only to the team, but how far down? Because I don't think he's a lottery pick. So that already gets you into the mid-teens. How far down, will he be a lottery pick? Will he go, in the mid to late teens? Or is Zach Edey going to be taken in the 20s?
I think it's the 20s if he's taken in the first round.
Well, from what I'm hearing, he's going in the first round.
Okay, then it's the 20s. And you're taking a chance.
Do you think he and his skill set will do well in the NBA?
I don't know about well. I think he can be a contributor on it. I think he can play 8-10 years in the league coming off the bench. I don't know if he's ever a starter, David.
Because what I'm having trouble is they're saying Filipowski, the big kid from Duke, that he's like a mid-teens guy. And a lot of people have him rated higher than Edey. And I'm like, listen, I'm not a huge Zach Edey guy, but Zach Edey would eat Filipowski up. Filipowski couldn't guard Edey. But I don't know. So now I have found something. Shams is going to steal the picks, and he's going to post them 2-3 minutes early. And where's Zach Edey going? Miami's picking 15, Orlando 18. Knicks have 2 picks in the 20s. So I have found something to occupy me.
And it's not a good free agent class either.
No,
This is not a good NBA summer. They need the Olympics for all the rumors to start for the following year.
Right. No, the trades. By the way, apparently the Rockets want Kevin Durant, and they're willing to give Phoenix all their picks back. Miller and Moulton, have a great rest of your hump day, and hopefully you'll join us tomorrow. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's
All right.
So, all right. So you do the NBA draft?
Oh yeah, with it just dripping with sarcasm.
Make as much fun of it as you want. It's fine.
All right, we're rolling.
Coming up Thursday on Miller and Moulton,
we'll preview the NBA draft. Oh Jesus, let's try that again.
Okay.
How about we'll look back on it?
Round 1. Coming up Thursday on Miller and Moulton,
David, we get to look back at the first round of the NBA draft.
Boy, you're sounding very sarcastic. Hey, the Rays may be back in it as well, Mark.
Miller and Moulton, Thursday, 6 a.m. All right.
All right. Good luck with Trent.
Yeah. I'll get all this crap done, and I will
He's,
talk to
he, by the way, got on the phone with Linked Up, and we've, worked it all out. I don't know why we were doing it the way we were doing it before, sending them files. I don't know. But anyway, Trent's confident that it'll be much better for everybody. He just sends everything to Denver, and then Denver, we'll put it in the system, and everybody will take the show the way they normally take the show.
Okay. How about this station?
Well, but also that's what I said, and Jacksonville. So he's sending the files directly to Jacksonville because they take us via Twitch. Okay. And then I think he's also sending the files directly to Fort Myers.
Okay, good. All right, great.
All right. Thank you.